We are live once again. Ray, Okie Sooner, and Shy Fennec on YouTube, and several others that just haven't said hi. Also, we have a few on Twitch as well. Thank you for being here. So, I got a present from one of you. Yes, I did. Thank you, Ray, for the birthday present. And it looks like this. There we go. So I will be drinking a lot from this one, a medium amount from those two, and basically none from this one. Next night that I drink some whiskey will be in this Darth Vader glass. So, really appreciate it. Thanks. And I will put them to use. And then just a little side note. Ray was the kind of test case for this business address that this business address service that the wife and I have set up. Now, the key here is that we set it up under her old YouTube channel, and we created an entire business around her channel, and then hers didn't really do anything, and then mine did. Now she's still doing business stuff. It's just, oh, I got this problem again. I opened this behind the stupid paint. How do you move a window again that you've selected? Can't remember. There's a way to do it. Oh, do we have it? Move. Got it. Solved it. All right, so here is the business address, but as I was saying, it is under her business name. All right, and basically the dude was like, well, you know, it's really supposed to be under the correct name. So, and it's not Ray's fault, of course. I was still learning how this all works. But it needs to be Landscapes by Ashley, and not construction. But this is our business address. All right, so if anybody wants to do that, they're welcome to. Not necessary, of course. But it cannot be to construction. It has to be to that. So we found that out today, but we did get the package. So there you go. This is what I got, and I appreciate it, and I will put it to use. All right. Let us continue. With the build. Yes, you figured it out, my son. I am God, the God of barbecue. Many blessings on your edge grill. I don't know what you're talking about. And then hello, Shy Fennec. Elizabeth, hello. You would get the best buzz from the Emperor. Just push it. Scarlet Kiss, hello. Make sure the latches are undone. I don't know what you're talking about. There's nothing fair about the Mokes. Actually, I like Fair Oaks. Shadowvin, you're from around here, right? You were like Rockland, is that right? Am I pulling that correctly? We only talked about it once. All right, I'm not gonna lie, I love the picture we took. Train tunnel or highway tunnel? Highway tunnel. We just got started. Muhammad Hassan. We just got started. But I love the picture we took. Here, let me pull up right before we logged out in that position, I took a really nice screenshot. Where is it? I shared it. By the way, we have an announcement today. If you guys didn't know, 1.1 is going to be out June 10th. June 10th. Where's my picture? I'm missing the picture. Did I put it in Satisfactory News? I mean, Satisfactory Talk? I did put it in Satisfactory Talk. So here we go. So I love how this picture turned out. It looks really good. By the way, can you see the I love kin? It's a love letter to myself. Yes, I remember Shadowvin. I remember. Brother, I need some help with building the inlet and outlet on train stations. I'm having a hard time understanding the process. The mic was open because I don't know how to spell something and my wife was opening a window. So what, it was text to speech? That doesn't make any sense. It sets up in reverse for me. Or make a vid or whatever, I need help. All right, so I always do questions right when we start. All right, so before we actually get started, once I will stop and answer questions at any point, but I do prefer that we answer more complicated questions right at the beginning. So this is perfect, Jesse. We're gonna answer that. By the way, the tunnel that we're gonna be building today is in there. We're gonna design some blueprints, and we're gonna throw them down, and we're gonna build a truck tunnel in there. Okay, so we're going to be working on that today, and then we're also going to be doing various other cosmetic items on here, because tomorrow I want to start hooking up logistics, and then that way Friday and Saturday we can run the materials throughout the map to this factory. Okay, so that's the goal. Maybe by Saturday night, we have another factory done. All right, but what I'm going to do is we're going to talk about the trains. So I know what you're saying, and let me give you, so here's the question. Brother, I need some help with building the inlet and outlet on train stations. I'm having a hard time understanding the process. Okay, so let's create a little bit of a fake train setup, okay? So let's say you've got a train coming in here. And we're going to do a turn. Now, real quick, a little trick on trains is that you get a 90-degree turn at 17 meters. Okay? I don't make the rules, people. I don't make the rules. Okay. See how I measured out 17 from the center, and then we can get a perfectly flat 90-degree turn. Okay, and then we can do it again. Okay, 17 plus 17, that's our perfect U-turn. Now, what you need, let's say we want the train to come in like this and enter the station. Here's your problem. And let's just say it's a regular train with 5 cars. Let's say you want to put down a freight platform and you want to put it right here. Well, train must be in line with another train platform. Okay, well, the train platform needs to be where the locomotive at the front stops. But you're building it in this direction. I come across this problem all the time. How do you know exactly where to place the train platform that the freight platform requires when you only know where the freight platform is going to be, not the train platform? Well, there's a trick. The trick is that the train platform is exactly the same size as the freight platform. So let's say you need one train platform and 5 freight platforms for a 5-car train, plus the locomotive is 6. So you just take your train station, also known as your train platform, and bang out 6 of them. 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what the sizes are. This one's now in the correct place, and you go boom, 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 boom. Delete, and now you can replace with your freight platform. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and everything lines up. Now, I don't trust this connection, so I just rebuild it. Then over here, we can do the same thing. Okay, it's somewhere about right here, and this goes somewhere about right. I don't know, something like this. Will that connect? No, not quite. This is a little funky. We're just throwing it together, but I could straighten that up if I wanted to. Now, this will work. The only other thing you have to do is you have to throw a block signal on the beginning and the end in the direction that you need to go. Again, if you look down, you can see the arrow. We know which arrow it's going to have to be. Now in 1.1, I guess that it can be on either side. I'm not sure how you make sure that the arrow's going the right way, but for now, just make sure the arrow's facing, going the correct direction. And then also, you should know that there's a different section if you see the colors. All right, so there you go. There's your train platform, and you based it on the beginning without knowing where it ended, but having everything in line. Again, I would suggest you reconnect this, just because I don't trust placing the freight platform right on top of the connection when the connection is already there. I like to connect it actually from point to point. Does that make sense? Give that a try. And that was probably a YouTube short. So thank you, Jesse Bob, for providing content for my channel. All right, there we go. Any other questions? Set them up, knock them down. By the way, at the end of tonight, I'm going to do the 600-hour tour, full tour, top to bottom of everything I've built up here. Someday you're going to master path signals? Doubtful. Doubtful. Okay, so again, we're going to focus on this tunnel first. He gets royalties. Ha! Joke's on you, shorts don't make any money. So we're gonna work on the tunnel first, but there's some other things that I want to do, and some other little fixes and various cosmetics that I would like to work on today, as long as and hopefully we have time. All right, so let's figure this out. It don't really work, does it? Only way for this to work would be doing something like this. I don't know if I like this. I do get subs from shorts. Hey, totally average gamer. What kind of trains are we running? Joke's on you, we're not running any trains. No, I was just answering a chatter's question on setting up a train station really quickly. If you're referring to the title of the video or of the live stream, we're actually building a road tunnel under this factory. And so what I'm trying to do right now is experiment with kind of what I want to do with roads. I would love to do something like this, but my road is too wide. So I could cut... You saw trains and got excited. Well, you've seen the giant train spiral, right? I'm assuming you've seen my giant train spiral. I mean, I don't usually show my giant train spiral on the first date, but, you know, for you, totally average gamer, I may make an exception. And I forgot again. When I changed computers, all my stuff got mixed up. They should be all organized and pretty here, and they're not. They're all screwed up. Road barrier 2x yellow. Wouldn't mind seeing my giant train spiral again. Yeah, we can do it. We can go take a little run to it real fast. Since the the request is for some train action. And we do have a lot of trucks set up and running. There's the baby. Tell me, how do you sign up? Well, I don't know why you would buy the cow when I'm giving the milk away for free, but here is my giant train spiral. Maybe overlap the doors using a center line for door edges. It's bigger than you remember? Well, one or both of us were inebriated the last time I showed it to you. What do you prefer for ice in your water? All the cubes floating around independently or one big clump of ice? All of them floating around independently. What kind of psycho prefers their water, prefers their ice cubes in one big clump of ice? So there you go. Ooh, we have a customer. Couldn't you make the lights strobe? I don't know how. I don't like that. We're going to do that to help make sure that doesn't happen again. Dude needs to get his ass out of the way. And the rest of him too. All right. So there we go. Why do I want an iceberg in my water? Exactly. Totally Average Gamer says 1 giant clump, please. Get out of here. Now we have something new to fight over. Oh yeah, let me just hook an Arduino board up to the in-game signs that I'm using for lights in my giant train spiral. That makes a lot of sense. I'll get right on that. All right. So shall I relay my work story? Yes, Ray, please do so. Nicholas. Maybe overlap the doors using the center line for the door edges. Problem is that if I put them anywhere except for the edge, center line or edges. Well, let me work this idea. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Don't like that. This is so irritating. Because I was in a search bar, it wouldn't let me set the button. Right. Single, maybe? Yellow single? Make them middle doors go down. Make the middle doors go down. Wait a second. On the new 1.0 doors, I'm asking a question. You guys that roll 1.1, do they have edges? Here, let me draw it out. I need to know something. Okay. Oh, you POS, can you stop sucking? All right. I need to know. Those of you that have been playing 1.1 and have used the new doors, I need to know, are they... Okay, we have A and B. You guys answer. All right. When the doors are open, is there just empty space? Or when the doors are open, is there a little wall here? Now, as far as I am aware, the door rolls up, right? And down. Right? So, is it A or B? It's B. There's these little guys. This little thing exists. I thought so. I thought so. All right, so that means I can't use it for what I was thinking. Because what I was thinking is I could get the distance I need if I did this. Like if I put it here and there. Right, and then the new doors, I assume, well, even then it probably still wouldn't work, right? So it wouldn't be tall enough. Is it just kind of this with a roller? Don Rebel says it's A, but I'm seeing B from Twitch. Thank you for the first time chat, by the way. Is it just this with a roll-up door? Because I can't. I want it to be, you know, we can't have just the sides there. I think I know what I have to do, and unfortunately I can't. I don't want to wait for 1.1, which, by the way, is in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from tonight. A toll booth is not a terrible idea, but I think I'll do this. All right, Ray is telling a story, and I was waiting for her to kind of get ahead a little bit on the story. Okay. You know, I mentioned the big storm that rolled over us. As a reminder, Ray lives in Mississippi and works at McDonald's. She's a night shift manager, I think. It very nearly ripped the lobby doors off the building. Oh, wait. Yeah, tornado and winds and all that. Okay. It very nearly ripped the lobby doors off the building. Had to lock them to keep the wind from slamming them open. And our power flickered a few times. Nothing too bad, but it was effing with our screens and fryers. People got all kinds of pissy because their food got delayed. Obviously. Yes, obviously. I mean, you know, if I'm waiting in the McDonald's parking lot, I don't want a tornado to yank me off either. At least not without buying me dinner first. And it better be better than McDonald's. The worst part, though, is that somehow something happened to the city water. We were without proper running water from 7 to 2 p.m. this afternoon. 7-ish last night to 2 p.m. afternoon. Did I see 1.1 comes out in June 10th? Yes, I just said that, I think. And then the city declared a boil water notice thing, and we still couldn't serve most of our drinks. Yeah. So we have been serving canned soda and other packaged drinks instead of the usual stuff, which pissed people off more. And it's like that one, but the wall, but it rolls up. Yeah, but the sides are still there, right? These sides are still here. As long as those sides are there, I can't use it the way I was thinking of using it. I think this works. We do something like this. Man, that's crazy about But here, I have a question for you. The real question, though, is does your McFlurry machine work? I think that's all we care about. That is what the masses want to know. Yeah, very much looking forward to having tomorrow off. Yeah, I would too. The ice cream machine was working. All right, well. The haters can shut the hell up. Haters gonna hate, and ain'ters gonna ain't. You see that they're taking away squish lifts in blueprints. Squish lifts. I don't know what squish lifts are. Well, I think I probably know what they are, but I don't know what they're named. Very rarely does it ever go down. Wow. We need more. We include that in the blueprint? Yes, we do. It's gonna have a door. I love my little secret compartments and like secret doors and stuff. And passageways and stuff like that. Okay. All right. We build the lights in for sure. Make them yellow. We have the room. I don't think I like this though. Is there anything else we can do for a background that we like? That looks cool, but it doesn't really match what we're trying to go for. That's not bad. We could maybe do every other one. Just so y'all know, those damn things are incredibly temperamental. If they are not filled properly every night, they go down. If it's not filled properly after being close to empty for even 30 minutes, it goes down. Power flickers off. It needs to be reset. If it's not cleaned the exact hour it tells you to clean it, it shuts off. Yeah, the ice cream shaker, the McFlurry machine at McDonald's, I bet. Like making the smallest short conveyor list, like you use a bunch. Oh yeah, I'll have to see. Maybe so, maybe that signals the end of my playing Satisfactory forever. Oh, that's not gonna work. Maybe we do a descent into hell. You go here. Eventually we'll put some kind of railing there. That's kind of the idea. You know, the entrance to something like that. Wait. I showed you my train spiral, please respond. Ooh. It's also 2 walls high. Yeah, well, that's good. But if the sides are there, I can't really use it. Besides, I think I'm okay. I have moved on with my life. I mean, I showed you mine first. Totally average gamer. You know? Finely chopped ice or nuggets. I don't really like the crushed ice or whatever, or finely chopped or anything like that. What else are we gonna do? How are we gonna do this? We definitely need a big old sign. I don't like that. Let's change black. Either that, I mean, that signage is so lame. Yeah, if we sell a McFlurry for like $4. Yeah, the drinks and the ice cream, that's where McDonald's makes all its money. I don't like it. I just don't like it. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 on the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 on the bottom. There's nothing between those. We have to fit 14 of these? No way. It has to be this. Ah. All right, let's see what one looks like. Where's the ASCII that we need? Where's the link? Somebody... All right, those are too small though. Too small. I like that. I like it, but it's too small. What about rocket fuel tunnel? Be a signpost. It's not a terrible idea. Those are not. Ugh. Ugh. Getting bogged down. What was up with them? Bum, bum, bum. Okay. No, I don't understand. I don't understand. There. Yes. No. Why aren't they lining up? That right? No, that's not right either. No, I didn't have it, I don't think. There's the center line. This shouldn't be that hard. What am I missing? There, now I have it. It's a Fixmas miracle. We got him, boys. We got him. Mission accomplished. We keep messing other things up, but we got him. We don't do that sign, we do this sign. Something was misaligned, and it was unacceptable. Oh my God. Okay. All right, I'm gonna pull this where you can't see it so I don't have to tab out a bunch of times. How about Rocket Tunnel? I've just decided it's Rocket Tunnel. Oh, yes. Same letters and everything. All right, I'm sorry. I just always need a couple of minutes to play. Okay? Also, I'm not done. A little big. Damn, it's too big. All right. Ooh, the rocket line's pretty good. Rocket line's better. But we need to add some pizzazz. All right, we're doing this in a blueprint. All right, we're gonna go fast. Please be right side up. Move crosswalk. Crosswalk's gonna stay, but we're gonna do something with the road markings. Is it possible to make flickering lights? Not that I'm aware of. Way too far. Orange outline. Come on. Get in your home. This will have to do. I'm probably happy with this. Rocket line sign. Small billboard, isn't it? Oh, select color. I don't even know, bros. I don't even know. We'll just do blue. Everything's all messed up. Sign for the rocket line. Ha. Ooh, that was a close one. Hey, it load blueprint. Meant to hit save. That would have sucked. All right, rocket line sign. I like it, Uber Troll. We can put one on the other side too, because we blueprinted it, because we're pros. The only, so yeah, flickering. I mean, maybe you could do something like, so maybe you could do something like Z fighting. Maybe we could flicker on purpose. Flicker sign test. Test for flicker sign. Merp, merp. And I deleted everything, so that's not gonna work. Yeah, it looks much better than before. I agree. All right, so what if we do a little something something? This. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna spend like 2 minutes on this. It's not really Z fighting. Showing one. But it also was like it wasn't even saving. Did you see that? Yeah, no luck. Not gonna worry about that, but it's a good thought. All right, I like the rocket line. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've never watched that movie, of course, but I love the meme of it. It's really close. It's really close. Is it there? Is it there? It may be there for now. Okay. Here's the question. We even do this in one blueprint. We do 2 halves. We do 2 halves. Four and 4. We go with the shiny. Thinking something like this. Something white or something black. Probably not white. The black will probably look sick. I use a 2 meter or 1 meter? A 1 meter. What am I making? I'm making a tunnel. I'm making a blueprint that is a tunnel. Something looks dirty. Okay. I'm okay with that idea, but let's try this first. Ah. I didn't think so. Ah. 10th of June, 1.1 release. Yeah, I saw that today. We talked about it earlier. You're getting the new factory urge. Ada on both of the boards. I'm not following you. I don't think we can pass. I feel like the shiny block is way too maintained for a dystopian factory tunnel. I don't necessarily disagree with you. Main tunnel piece for rocket line tunnel system. What are those foundations called? What are these called? Ada is your sort of... Yeah, I'm still not following you, sorry. Is there anything in here that looks interesting? Cancel. Maybe some kind of arrow system. Love to get like a double. I guess I just type 2 of them. We're gonna see what it looks like. Cool Symbol is the name of the other website you were trying. Okay, good to know. Put in the markers first. We need to put that in one side. Where's the border? The border's on the 4th tile. Perfect. Get this shit out of here. All right, that means we're gonna have to do with median and without. No, with median. Ada on one of the. I know who Ada is. With 2,000 hours in the game, I know who Ada is. I'm saying, how do I put her on my boards? Ada on one of the boards. I'm not following you. Just put ADA. Yeah, sorry, I'm not following. All right, now that we are open here, why would I put, I'm not sure why I would put ADA on there. Let's do white. Sorry, I thought you meant something other than the letters ADA. You have to make an argument why that makes sense. Yeah, we can see the lines. Fine. Ah. All right, let's save the non-median version. Okay. It's all good. I was just trying to understand. There wasn't a judgment on whether your idea was good or bad. I was trying to understand it. I have to understand it before I can think to pass judgment on it. The first draft. Ah, you son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Got you though. Okay, you can't see the line. Okay, good to know. Maybe I'll use something else, probably arrows. Okay, we can probably do arrows. Bum 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 bum. Okay. How much work would it be to move that? Ooh. What's the worst that could happen, right? I mean, it'll be fine. We can do this. What happened to the name, bro? No! Actually, it doesn't matter. Very yellow in here. But I didn't want to do the yellow lights as well. I think we have to do at least 2 there. It's very yellow. All right, let's do a little trial run. It is, I like the shiny, but you've got a point about, or maybe it's too shiny. Maybe we mute it. Concrete's better. Just concrete's very dystopian. The concrete's better. For the roof as well. Yep. This is better. Do you guys agree? Not sure that I'm done with the color. This is better. And I don't think the shiny really works. Not really. All right, this is better. Pet a flying manta? I have. Yeah, I like the concrete too. Concrete's definitely the winner here. Oh. Probably all one color. I like the whiter, but not the bright. Like the pure white. Or we contrast. Maybe not. Or do we do the darker? I don't know if I like the stripes. Brings us back to these. We just go with this. All right, yeah. All right, I see two options. This middle tone gray. The darker. I don't know if I want to do the black. I mean, that black does kind of look good. Dark on quarter pipe, white on roof. Have I played 1.1? No. Nope, I'm focused on this build alone. I've played nothing but this world. I haven't really played any other game. Well, I did play Factorio for a bit, but since I finished Factorio, I haven't played any other game except for this. I'm getting Back to the Future with the lighter color. I don't know if I like the difference. I think it's one color. All right, so I think I'm deciding one color. So the black, this is the black. The dark. And then probably the gray. Gray. I don't think I want to go lighter than this. Gray, dark, or the middle tone, and the black tone. I kind of want it to be a little bit oppressive. I'm leaning towards this black one right here. Yeah, I'll fix the spots. Just stopping by long enough to say goodnight. All right, have a good night. What do you guys think? Light, medium, dark. I think I'm down to these three. Let me take a drink. I haven't even taken a drink of anything since I've started. The gray does look pretty brand new. Middle tone in black. Gray everywhere with the wall. So you think like that? Lighter on the ceiling, stripey on the wall. What about lighter on the ceiling? Dark on the wall. I don't like that. This is not bad. Oh, so you're thinking this. Not quite so dark on the ceiling. Middle on the... You're thinking this? Let's play, yeah. So you're thinking... To avoid the stripes, you were thinking the lighter one. Don Rebel, there's such a delay on YouTube that I'm not sure what you're saying perfect to. I think there's two things being requested. This one. And maybe... this one. Mikey. Can't decide which one I like. I'm a little bit partial to this deep black over here. But the deep black and the white concrete looks a little bit stark to me, unless we were gonna break it up with something like... The two-toned with medium roof and darkest wall looks good. You have good streams, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, you think it makes it look dirty? Kind of like it. I kind of like the dirty look. Well, we had, I'm the hacker, we had polished concrete. It was extremely shiny. Like, it was... It caused a bit of a problem. The stripes are definitely going to give us a feel as we drive through it. All right, let's continue this. Let's do a full... I do like the idea of breaking up the colors. Yeah, the beam border, I think, helps. Damn it. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely too clean looking before, for sure. All right, we're just gonna kind of look on this right side here. I think this works. I mean, we're talking about subtle differences here. All right. Oopsie, I'm deleting the wrong thing. Why isn't that deleting? I changed it so much. Oh, apparently when you change the type, it becomes not a blueprint anymore. Shitty. Yes. Gotta clear this stuff out of here. We don't need this. We can start it right on the edge. Got a thought though. You know how that is. You know how it is when I get thoughts. Usually means something cool is coming, but it's gonna happen a lot slower than we all would want. No one more so than myself. Looking moist in the tunnel. Thanks for that. I'll log that away. Here, let's do this one first. That's an interesting idea, Mikey. I'm interested. That is interesting, but I'm afraid it would look too regular. And I've sort of already tested at scale what I want to do, and so I wouldn't want to start it over. Remind me of the sloth character from Zootopia. That hurts. Why do you have to say hurtful things, Mikey? What an interesting idea you're about to see. You suck. Okay. 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 One. Gotta do old switcherooski. This is with median. No median. Here. And build the median. With median, yes. Load with no median. You guys know what I'm trying to make? Trying to get the water, oil and water up there. Train it. Train it up. Train it, baby. You were right, this idea is coming quite slow. Scarlet Kiss, got it. You've been around. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel through the mountain. That's exactly what I'm making. I told you guys I like secret tunnels. A second smaller moist tunnel that is pretty close to the large moist tunnel. Right, that second one though, it's a lot tighter, and you got to be really careful before you enter. What is the purpose of the metal beam between the curved wall and the ceiling? It interrupts the smooth transition of ceiling to wall. Yeah, I mean, that's, it was kind of on purpose, to break up the color transition. Will the moose tunnel have mooses? No, but the moist tunnel will have moises. Sorry. I'm glad I'm not at work anymore for this conversation. I didn't do anything. Gonna show through the wall, isn't it? Fine. It needs to be a secret tunnel. Fortnite Drip 69. What a name. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. I feel accomplished now that we were all talking about moist tunnels. Ooh. I mean, I kind of hinted to you guys that that's what I wanted to do here with this. All right, and then we go. All right, you guys ready to throw down some tunnel? Tonight is the slow rum night. My passengers usually get a little nervous when I tell them we're going into a secret tunnel. Ian, it depends on what vehicle you're driving. The snake looks happy. At least it's not as bad as that one night. Was that the rum night? Sorry, I've caught up on the conversation. Yeah, the rum cask finish. An important distinction there to make. All right, no median. Dang it. He unintentionally, accidentally said something very dirty. Are you sure it was unintentional? All right, giggity goo. All right, and then median. It probably was unintentional. Eye in the Sky really does not like it breaking up the wall there. I kind of like it. I kind of like it so much, that's why I put it there. It's supposed to look a little bit you don't remember what it was, but it completely derailed your thought process and you were dying of laughter, holding your head in your hands at work. Well, my work here is done. That's the secret tunnel. Very dim in the secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. It's a mighty fine tunnel. Well, actually, it's just the opening to a tunnel. We have to extend it and widen it. A little tight right now. Well, I mean, it's designed to be tight. And that's how we want to keep it, really. So even though we're going to work on it, we need to keep it tight. But there's some things we can do to make sure that happens. I mean, I've heard exercises. Well, the point is that it kind of is an aesthetical atrocity. Remember, this is the dystopian tunnel in the dystopian. Mikey, you would be that guy playing the ukulele. That sounds like he even kind of sounds like you. In fact, that's just how I'm gonna imagine you from now on. The ukulele guy. Why are you heavy sighing, Ray? I didn't do anything. I don't know what you're talking about. I gotta turn this tight tunnel very carefully. And then we are going to be making turnoffs and exits to the right. But we're going to build the tunnel in its entirety, then we'll delete what we don't want. All right. Oh, we have to make a copy. So let's take a couple of reference pictures. I mean, the distances in this factory are so far, we have to drive to get around. Kin tunnel is going to be a turnoff. Depends on how you use it. Your secret tunnel has an Austin Powers vibe. I feel like you need to drive a tractor in it and try to do a U-turn. All right. What use will it be to the factory? This is going to, the turnoffs are going to be how final rubber and plastic are going to, like this, 3,500 plastic and 1,600 plastic and 3,500 rubber. Okay, so I'm going to need a lot of truck stations to move those items throughout the city. And so the tunnel is going to be how the trucks get in and out and to the various factories. And so the trucks that go to the factories that exist over here, they're going to be on this side of the tunnel, and then the trucks that go to the factories north of the tower, they're going to be on that side of the factory, and so they can exit and go that way. So that is what we're going to use this for. I don't think that there's going to be any reason for a throughput truck. Maybe something for fun. Maybe we do a, an explorer that just hauls ass around the entire outside of the factory. And I didn't want to give up the real estate to put the truck stations on the outside, like we did over here for the computer factory. Scarlet Kiss, are you telling me that there are taking the rubbers out of this giant moist tunnel? Yes, the giant moist tunnel produces used rubbers. So I didn't want to take up the real estate space to do this. It's actually much closer to the design over here where the truck stations are under the factory, but I purposefully, for aesthetic reasons, wanted this factory to stay as short as possible. Plus, I like the idea of a really cramped tunnel, and so we made it very, very short. But it's essentially a giant lobby under here. All right, did I take this picture? First time you feel claustrophobic? Good. YouTube just massively hiccuped for you? Oh, sad. Will the sides of the factory be open like now? Mostly. So this floor is mostly done. I'm not exactly sure what I'm gonna do for this. I want to keep it somewhat open. I like the machinery here. I like the probably the smoke here. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. We're gonna extend this wall down a little bit. We're gonna cover that up with some kind of wall. I'm not 100% sure how open that we're gonna make that yet. All right. Have a good night, Okisuner. Now, the real trick is going to be working the secret tunnel from its position on the bottom floor up to the secret tunnel on the top floor. Because the top floor has a secret tunnel too. Secret tunnel. A lot of work left to do here. You think you need to change the name of the tunnel to the Innuendo Tunnel? The Are You In Yet tunnel? Hey, I'm using a truck, not a cart. I'll have you know. One, two, one. It's 6, right? Eight if you include the sidewalks. All right. Time for an elevator? No elevators until 1.1. 2 more weeks. But an elevator does sound nice. Like a hidden elevator. We gotta clean this up. It would be pretty easy to erect straight from the tunnel. I mean, you'd think so, but the problem is that the more I play this game, you know, the harder it is. That's okay, there's a patch coming. Ken wants to keep the tunnel light, but he's using a truck. Well, the truck moves the most material. Okay. Let's change the lighting so we can see a little bit better. The elevator would be perfect. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It sounds tempting. I put it right next to the door. Wheel. This one has... Secret tunnel. Oh my god, it's Mini Kin. Why aren't you in bed? I love your light pole, by the way. Really cool design. Thanks, Starlight Fox. You know, I really appreciate the compliment, but you know, if we're gonna talk about my light pole, I like sushi, I like steak. You know, you're buying. I'm a pretty easy date. Ray says construction, your daughter's here now. Oh. That's fine. It's a platonic date. All right. Probably a good thing Minikin wasn't here the last hour or so, right? Where's the picture that I need? Gone. So 2 walls in the center. So this is the 6, 2, 2, and 2. Bum, bum, bum. What are we doing with that extra piece? Okay, we need to do an extra piece for everybody. You just finished going through the VOD 77 live stream, so you can't get mad at me for being up. You got a point. Here's where you're wrong. I can do whatever I want. Ian is correct. Poor girl has to edit. She won't know what I'm talking about. She won't know. Nah, it'll be fine. Do not destroy my illusions. Bum, 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 bum. You got any so you finished on 77? What'd you get out of it? How many longs and how many shorts? We're having a little business meeting live with all of you. And yes, my daughter is slowly becoming the editor for this channel. And then once we figure everything out, we're thinking of bringing on good old Mikey if he's still up for it. It's taken us a little while to get our shit together, though, Mikey. Nice, nice. All right. Nurture John. Hey, Kenny, you planning on sharing your Cyberpunk City blueprint? I'm on a VOD. You're building a central storage and saw how you made the expanded blueprint. Yeah, so most, if not all of those blueprints should already be in the blueprint repository for this save on my Discord. If you're looking for something and you don't have, and I don't have it there, then all you got to do is you know, just let me know and I'll find it and put it in there. But yeah, the blueprint for this bad boy is extended and it is currently unmakeable. It's like lost technology from Atlantis or something. Boom. 2 or 3 shorts, potentially 2 long forms. All right, great. Are you going to work on editing and cleaning those up tomorrow? That looks good. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I'm sure she had a lot of homework to do, but I told her that she's not allowed to do homework until the editing is done. Rocket line. Correct, Nurture John. It has been removed by the devs. I think probably accidentally. They were trying to fix something else, and all of a sudden it stopped working. I don't think they did it on purpose. It's been broken. Actually, it broke right after I finished making that. Like a week later, I had just finished it. So yes, the PopCac method is gone. Also, he said I have to do homework before I do the editing. This is not true. It's not true. And I don't I don't know. I don't understand why you get on here and you lie to them about me. Boop. End of line. Gaxon Grimm, hello there. It has been ages. You know, you're still one of the top. You are the second most commenter on my channel, I think. Gaxon Grimm, I think that's you. Here, let me see if I can find it. So use your connections in Coffee Stain and bring that back. I don't have any connections to Coffee Stain. Who do you think I am, Bits? I don't have any Coffee Stain connections. What is this? You know who I am? I'm nobody. I think it was you, Gaxon. I can't remember where I find that though. Just a specific place. And I always come across it accidentally. The highest commenters. Eye in the Sky is number 1. Marcus says, don't worry, Minikin. We know where the truth resides. None of that is true. Lies, damn lies. Yeah, sorry, I don't know exactly where that is. Where it shows the number 1 commenter. Exactly. Oh, actually, I see what we're doing here. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, get rid of that. This goes here. And here. And you get deleted. Yeah, no, sorry, no connections with anybody important. I don't know anybody important ever. Like, I know nobody important. Oh, that's not true, actually. My big boss is kind of important. Like the big boss, the one that I don't really talk to too much. Like, if I'm talking to the big boss, I'm probably in trouble. He does have me do some really cool special assignments. Sometimes. Uh-oh. But yeah. He's a mover and a shaker. But not in the video game world. In state politics. A little bit. Nothing crazy. But he knows some people. Data that I have researched has been used to affect laws in the state of California. Wish it could be used to affect a few more. Know what I'm saying? The chat got bugged. Hold on. So use your Coffee Stains. You doubt it? Chat a lot when I'm here, but I don't come on your videos very often. In fact, I haven't watched one of your streams in ages. Yeah, I think it was you. I think it was, but maybe not. Maybe not. Well, I make sure to never have homework, so it doesn't matter anyway. It's true. She's taking 7 classes. 3 of them are like honors classes. She's a freshman. She's supposed to be bad at school. She never has any freaking homework. I think school's just easy now. At least that's what I'm telling myself. To feel better about myself. All right, we're gonna go with a... My factories are so much better than yours. I mean, better is relative. Not a competition. But if it was, I'd totally be winning. I'm just kidding. That's not true. Satisfactory is a competition. The thing is, though, is that it's a competition with yourself. Okay, as long as you make something better than you did before, then you're winning. You're beating yourself. Why are you hitting yourself? Why are you hitting yourself? Half the kids in your math class have Fs. That's your fault. This is not even a joke. Somebody had a bit of a confidence problem. She doesn't get that from me. And didn't think that she was good at math for like a year. And so she's in honors everything else except for math. And then she gets into it and she's like, man, these people are dumb. I hate it here. And I was like, I told you. AI does homework now? It's true. We were actually just having that conversation. So she said that her English teacher gave like 7 zeros for the final essay of the year because they use ChatGPT to write it. More items produced per minute. It looks 20 times better. It means your factories are better than mine. Like I said, it's more important that you improve yourself. All right. Secret tunnel. Oh, Minikin. I made a secret tunnel. I was actually making it and I was like, does anybody know what this is? And Scarlet Kiss was like, secret tunnel through the mountain. And Mikey has decided that he is gonna play a ukulele just for secret tunnel. I literally imagine Mikey as the guy now, and to be honest with you, it absolutely fits. It's actually scary how well it fits, I think. Is it real or is it a legend? Oh, it's a real legend. Here's my secret tunnel, by the way. If you're showing it off, to all of us on live TV, how secret is it? Pretty secret. It's not like my viewership is really that big. It's still pretty secret. Like, let's be honest here. There's over 100 of us. There's dozens of us. Isn't that like, is that Modern Family? There's dozens of us. I think it is. Yeah, oh, Arrested Development. Sorry, Arrested Development. There are dozens of us. Dozens. This will be the secret, the legend that gets passed down as the channel gets bigger. Right. All right, do I need to do anything else, or we're gonna bust out? Can you put a door in the middle of the tunnel? I could do whatever I want, eye in the sky. This is why we fought the War of Independence, so we don't have to listen to you Europeans anymore. I'll put my doors wherever I want, thank you very much. And my tea. I might be showing my age? How exactly? How? Oh. Arrested Development? You don't know what Arrested Development is? To be honest, I've watched like a couple episodes. It's not like my favorite show or anything. There's a lot of other things that I love watching that show my age a lot more. Like, if you were to sit down... Yeah, my daughter is chatting in chat. Like, I mean, I have to be at least somewhat old, right? I mean, she's smart, but I mean, if she was a kindergartner and that smart, like, that'd be really impressive. But if anybody were to sit down and say, hey, Ken, at any time, by the way, and they were to say, hey, Ken, would you like to watch an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation? The answer is always yes. Always. The Office? Oh yeah, definitely. I do so many Office references and Family Guy references and Emperor's New Groove references. I do way too many Emperor's New Groove references. You still haven't watched Star Wars? Get out. All right, look, I might be able to forgive Star Wars. Have you watched Lord of the Rings? You're not as old as I am. Are those... Wait, what is that symbol? Oh, Minikitten says you're banned. What is this symbol? Is this like... Is that like a nose? Here, let me show. Ooh, wrong button. What is... Are those like your eyes are like spread apart? Are those like... Is that either like a triangular weird looking... No, is that a beak? Is that like an open, like an open beak with two eyes on the side? Or is it like a human with a weird shaped nose? Or is it two ducks kissing? Right? Is it two ducks kissing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that is. I made a deal with someone where I'd watch stars if they made someone read the Percy Jackson books. I don't know, it's a duck, I suppose. Yeah, but is a duck that's facing you, or is it two ducks kissing? I'm a New Zealander. I live in the place that Lord of the Rings was made. You still haven't answered the question, sir. You have not answered the question, sir. I had the wrong typo. Oh my God. Now you're definitely banned. It's even worse. He says he's a New Zealander and he lives in the place that Lord of the Rings was made, yet he still hasn't seen it. Get out. Get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh, the duck is facing you in awe and horror. Okay, okay. So it's not two ducks kissing. Yeah, Minikin says get out too. What's worse is that he lives there. Oop, that's the wrong color. What is your favorite color? I love this tunnel. Yeah, the duck is definitely facing him in awe and horror, that's for sure. The endless tunnel. I don't even want to be... You dirty the chat room in which you type. You went to the Weta workshop where they made props for Lord of the Rings, but you haven't seen the movies. You're only making things worse for yourself, sir. The amount of money that I would pay... I mean, let's be honest. I'm not going to go down and see Australia. I will absolutely go down and see Lord of the Rings. See New Zealand. No, man. Sad, sad state of affairs, sir. I don't want you in the same chat room as my daughter. I said it. Will that be the first question that I ask any potential future suitor of my daughter? What is your favorite Star Trek series? And when was the last time that you watched Lord of the Rings? Yes. Wrong. What? Is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Yeah, I'll ask him that. That's what I'll ask him. I'll throw him into the edge of a cliff. He'll have to be old? That's not true. You just have to appreciate the classics. Anthony Murphy, hello. It's not about being old, it's about being appreciative of the classics. Yeah, have you read the book, The Princess Bride? Getting smoked. It's all about feeling nostalgia. Well, I mean, not for somebody that's younger than 20, 25. It's not nostalgia for them. It's only nostalgia if you saw it when you were, I mean, I guess if they saw it when they were a little kid. I do feel bad for the young ones. They don't have anything good. Brum, 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 brum. Oopsie. There we go. Do not worry about what I'm going to do with the secret tunnel. It's none of your beeswax. Today, I heard a song that I haven't heard since I was like 2 years old, and it unlocks your brain. What song, Minikin? At least you don't use any brain rot terms. I'm sorry, but brain rot is one of those brain rot terms. So by definition, you have already broken the rules. The little guy is not in the right position, Ken. The little guy. The little guy. Well, some of this is not quite the right position because of this turn. Do you mean Have YouTube and Twitch. It's true. Anything in here? I don't like that. Let's do this. So you don't know what song it was? Yeah, we don't say that word. See, you're using it right now. The rest of us don't even say that or know what it is. So you're again failing. All right. Now we're stuck in the secret tunnel. Okay, well, you got to figure out what song it was. Can you go watch season 3 of Picard to finish your TNG fix? I've heard. I've watched you know, that sort of final little cutscene thing, you know what I mean? I have heard. Maybe one day. Hey, this is not for a car. Yeah, it clearly has the picture of a person on it, right? All right, time to put in the lines, baby. Nobody in the conceivable universe knows what that. Yeah, I'm not even going to say that out loud. I feel like YouTube will immediately delete my channel if I say that word out loud. I need somebody to drive me in a fast car while I paint these road signs. The kids at work use all those slang words. You just stare at them until they speak proper English. Nice. You're barely able to understand the language of your generation. You don't know if that's good or bad. I would say decidedly good. I guess I could have done both at the same time, huh? Like I'm doing this one. Ah! What is the point of secret tunnel trademark pending? Why do you think it's a secret? The reason that it's called secret tunnel is not its location or existence. What's secret is its purpose. Minikin says good night, chat. Need to do something about this. Actually, we're just going to kill those. And arrows. Very nice. Ooh, we need a little mergy arrow. Yes. They've learned that you do not appreciate those terms, and if they want to have any conversation with you, they can't use them. Nice. I also do not negotiate with terrorists. The terrorists of the English language called Gen Z. A terrifying terrorist. And then we gotta paint. All right, boys. Oh, I forgot. Oh. All right. Now we got to start figuring out how we're going to cut in our little turnoffs. Probably would be useful to find out how many little avenues we're going to make as well. Or at least get an estimate. Or, well, we could do it for the one side at least. Gen Z, I don't know. I get it mixed up after Millennial. The generation below me excessively uses the German equivalent of dude. They use it like up to 3 times in every single clause, not even per sentence. It's so unbearable. I hear you, dude. I'm uncultured, but isn't it the newer generation? I don't know. What are they? Y or something? Z? Y? I can't keep track. Can't even keep track of what they're called. What are you? I don't like it. The arrow there. Thank you for the follow. And by the way, Fortnite Drip 69, I don't know if I ever thanked you for the 30 bits. Thank you. All right, you guys ready to drive through it? Alpha. Okay. That's right. All right, here we go. Swerving into the other lane. It's sick. That's exactly what I wanted. Not the picture. You're not ready. YouTube says now would be a good time to insert ads. Driving on the wrong side of the road? I am not. Everything that you do is on the wrong side. You haven't even seen Lord of the Rings. You expect me to listen to you on which side of the road to drive on? So millennials is why? Brum, 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 brum. There we go, and I mean, I think pretty successful. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I need 90 seconds to use the restroom. So we're gonna give ourselves a nice view. You saw a blue line? I take no responsibility for the decline of language. The best my generation came up with brah. No, Generation X is... I don't think so. Isn't X the one older than millennials? I don't know. But listen, guys, I'm going to leave you all a friend. And while I'm gone, you can spend about 30 seconds with your friend and then view this beautiful view, and I'll be right back. Crocodile, hello, Kin in chat. Kin, you forgot to give us a friend? I thought I gave you a friend. I think I gave both YouTube and Twitch got an ad while I was relieving myself. Relieving myself. Okay, headset back on. Let's take a drink of iced tea. What's the next job? I think we have to make the rooms for the trucks. Oh, sorry, I just hit the mic. I don't know if you heard that. You probably did. Okay, I hit it with my iced tea. All right. Okay, the headset has been put back on, and we are settling in for another few hours. Can't even say relieving myself without laughing. Well, that's because I was going to say something else, and I substituted it for relieving myself. And no, I will laugh at fart jokes every time. You were born in 89? You're definitely a millennial. I was born in 84. I am a bit... I'm still technically a millennial, but I'm an old one. All right. How many truck stations does this need? Kid might be old, but he's 12 at heart. Ray, I have bad news for you. Every man everywhere laughs at fart jokes. No, that's not true. Every man everywhere thinks fart jokes are funny. They don't laugh, it just means they're lying to you. All right. Truck routes 3, but is it 3? It's 3 out this side. Could be as many as 7 out the other side. Or as little as 2. No, I have not, Gaxon. Not heard of that character. You want to see those smokestacks in action? Don't we all? Don't we all? Alright, so it's 3 on this side. Those 3 are... Who are we feeding? We're definitely feeding... the basics factory. I know that. Okay, rubber. We're feeding the computer factory. How do we have this set up over here? I never said you're unique in that. I never said you were unique in that regard. I've met men that genuinely don't like bathroom humor. They aren't fun people. So it can receive 2 trucks. Well, actually, no, it's fine. Just one. We can cheat. All right, so just one truck for the computer factory. Even though this is more than 780, it's fine. And then aluminum. Same thing here, more rubber. All right, so just one truck station per. I never really played any of the Final Fantasy games. I was doing other things during those times. We can definitely add a little bit more. Why don't we add 2 to each one? Make it 12. All right, that works. They write on the fix it every time? No. We could make it right on the fix it. We could do this one and then... Prefix it. It's a little wide. All right, let's try it. Let's just do 2. All right, then we're gonna need to pull out 3 of them. I will try to get my mind out of the gutter, Ray, so that yours can roll on by. Well, that's not wide enough. Let's chop it. Well, right now, fart humor is very big in the family. I have a 6-year-old son. and a 3-year-old daughter, she's almost 4, that laughs at whatever he laughs at. So, you know, I'm sticking with the classics. How much money do you think your soul is worth? My soul? If you're asking that in a legitimate way, we got super serious, super fast. There is no amount of money. Lots of room here, but I want to leave this open, and I want to leave that corner open. Anyone that's mad at a solid ripper doesn't matter. That hole seems too wide. I think you did too much gaping in it. No. 20 million US for your soul? Here's the thing. I'm already 40. I'm already 41. My life is halfway over. And by the way, I've basically, in some ways, already made that choice. I could have made a lot more money if I chose to not have kids. Not everybody gets to make that choice. I could have had more money if I delayed getting married and starting a family. Still not sure exactly how I'm going to pull this off. Not hearing a no? It's definitely a no. Besides, what the hell am I going to do with $20 million? Does God accept USD? No, but the other side might. MasterCard. Oh, asking questions like that, Gaxon Grip definitely lives in Lord of the Rings. Yeah, what did I just get tempted? Did I just get tempted by the ring? Really all that tempting. Here's the thing. So I've worked in real estate my entire life. I have met and worked with many people who were that wealthy, and they're not happy. necessarily. They're not happy because they're wealthy. They're happy despite being wealthy. Now, of course, I'm not one of those stupid people that says money doesn't buy happiness. Because in a way it does. It buys convenience. I also detest the saying that time is the only thing money can't buy, because it absolutely can. But no. Just because you have money doesn't guarantee happiness at all. It guarantees maybe less stress. Well, actually, all it does is guarantee a different kind of stress. But would I rather have money than not have money? Of course. I'd be a moron. 1, 2, 3. Not 2, but it's also a fallacy to assume. You know, if I had to go back in time, and if I knew, I mean, to me, the question is no different than if I went back in time and I got the opportunity to trade my family that I have for unlimited amounts of money, I would not take it. Or even just the chance. Oops. Re-rolling. Even just re-rolling the chances, right? Nope. I think we're gonna do 5 so that it matches. I wouldn't take it. You know, like if I had to like re-win my wife, I think I hit like a 1 in a million chance there of her actually like choosing to be with me. I'm not gonna take that chance again. Hell no. Easy. Easy call. So can I have all your money if you're happy without it? Money is, I didn't say that I would be happy without money. I said that money doesn't necessarily buy happiness. I said it buys convenience. But can I be happy with money? Absolutely. I was happy when I didn't have it. But no, you can have my money if you rewind the years that it took me to build the money, sure. You want to trade, if you want to trade your age with my money, I will take that deal every time. Because you're probably what, under 25? What do I want? I want this. Looking good, except I think I want this here. But you know, that assumes my life now. Although I don't know. I don't know if my wife would be okay with me all of a sudden being 10 years younger than her. Sadly, you think Lord of the Rings was filmed in the South Island? Go. And then we do need center line, and we're gonna have to cut in here. Yeah, I don't think God accepts USD. I don't think that's how that's. I think that's not how any of this works. pattern. Let's cut this. This. Make our usual. But we don't need a crosswalk, so we'll just do a line. Okay, we need one of those. I don't think I would like it if no, I'm the same. Nothing else changes. He gets all my money and we trade ages. I'm still me. I'm just literally 10 years younger. That's the made up deal that we're coming up with for some stupid ass reason. You can ask me anything you like, but there's no promises that I will answer. How do we do this? I like to have arrows there, but split the youth inning with your wife. That definitely. But I mean, if he's 25, it's actually that's 16 years actually. How are we gonna do this? If I do that, I mean, that's not bad. But they irritate me a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, it's really easy to fix. We just go like this. Bring out the old tricks. Bum, bum, bum. And then over one. In and out. Very nice. I still got it, boys. I still got it. All right, Crocodile. You catch the VOD later. I have to get the kids ready for bed. Gaxon, I'll let you finish before I start to answer. right, now what? We need space for the truck. So do we widen out so that we can turn around? We can put it on the back side. Yeah, let me know when you're done, so I can see the whole thing. Three. I'll do another 5. The truck stations. Each of these is going to have 1. So 3 this way, and 2 or 3 on the other way. So we do have a lot of space. We're kind of taking our sweet time here. I don't think we need, well, let's just do 5 so we can turn around. You're done. All right, so first off, all right, I've been forced into the role of a therapist in my friend group, which usually involves me having to stop people from thinking about killing themselves because of their partner, shall we say, got mad. They argue a fair bit, and for some reason, I'm the only one that could talk to them and try to calm them down. I just need some advice on how I'm meant to stop them from breaking mentally because of a single small mistake spiraling. So the first thing that I would say is that unfortunately and as you're probably feeling it, you're probably not qualified to really help them, right? I mean, not to say that you should stop, right? Because, you know, we can only do what we can do. I once had a friend that had made threats to do let's say make a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Now, in my case, it didn't last for very long. He got better. It was in another person. It was a relationship, and he just didn't feel like he had any reason to keep going, which I think, as we all know, is not true, because as bad as our problems are, it's never these are wrong. There's never no hope, right? There's always hope. So I think the real solution is not that they don't need help, is that you may not be the right the best person to keep giving them long-term help, right? Because I know in my position, I was definitely not qualified to help my friend, but The last thing I wanted is to make things worse by, you know, bringing in somebody else because, you know, I was the friend. You know, you don't want to make anything worse. But I can tell you this: if he had done something, I would have regretted trying to handle it on my own. In the end, we're not responsible for other people's actions. We're only ever responsible for our own actions. And so, of course, you know, we should all try to help the people that have reached out to us. But that doesn't necessarily mean we're the best people to help in a long-term situation. So I would say, you know, try to get some help with that situation from somewhere that is a lot more qualified than me or you. That's what I would say. You know, and that could mean what do I want? I want this. That could mean a lot of different things. That could mean a you know, a licensed therapist. It could mean religious, you know. It could be, you know, it could be whatever you think is the it could be more than one, right? So that's what I would say. Neither you nor I are really qualified to help. Not really. Not in the long term, right? In a short term, you know, something bad's gonna happen, then yeah, you know, we have to do what we can do. But long term, you know, you need to think about trying to get someone else that has experience and training to take over that job for you, because it's not really your responsibility. Well, and then I saw that second thing that you just said just now, and I would say even more so. I would double down on bringing in somebody that, and it doesn't even have to be expensive. It doesn't have to be, you know, if you believe the right person to help you, maybe that, like I said, it could be a lot of different potential areas of assistance. We're also in a different country. I mean, that makes it nearly impossible. So there's a lot of things happening there, right? So yeah, I mean, all of that is really tough. I had a so I've told you guys that I used to coach wrestling. I had a wrestler who was a junior take his own life, and it was terrible. It was one of the nobody knew it was coming. It was very, very, very sad and upsetting. He was in high school, and my parents are very good, close friends with his mom, and then a year later she did the same thing. And she had 2 other kids. Really, really, really tough situations. And you know, the last thing anybody wants is to feel like they didn't do what they could. But unfortunately, you know, it sounds like you are already trying to do that. So I would just say, oh, we don't want, let's do something else here. Let's just do these for now. I would just say, you know, try to get some help that is experienced for, you know, perhaps yourself and them. So let me try to read it. We're not responsible. We are accomplices. We can be, right? Obviously, if somebody is, you know, you can definitely influence people. And then, you know, the assumption here is hopefully that influence in most cases, regardless of this serious topic, you know, we influence people to, in a good way, right? Hopefully. And in this context, I believe that the influencing in a good way is most likely happening. So, again, we're only really ever responsible for ourselves. Now, if you're a father, then that's different. You're still not responsible for your children's actions in the direct sense, but you can definitely be in the indirect sense. And so, but that's not really the context that we're talking about. I'm mostly talking about like a friend group, you know? Let's do this. All right, let me keep reading. Sorry, let's see. New provide support. Yeah, let me make sure. Okay, well, hold on. Hello there. The short of flying out of your build popped up on my feed, and I found myself salivating over your masterpieces. Shaikara, well, hello and welcome. We hit like a temporary, you know, intense subject that isn't usually the case around here. But yeah, I am planning on doing at the end of this VOD a tour. So I don't know how long you can stick around, or the end of this live stream, a tour. So like I said, I don't know how long you can stick around, but that is the plan. So if you want to stick around for the next couple hours and keep an eye on what I'm doing, and then we'll move into a tour at a certain point, then you know, we can, I'm happy to do that. Oh, well, that was already the plan. So sorry I missed your message earlier. It's not your job to help them. I understand the feeling of obligation to help them. Your main job is to point them toward professional help. Yeah, Ian and I think we agree. Marco already responded to that one, and to provide them with support. It's just like first aid. You help someone who tripped and grazed their knee, but you think they've broken something, you should take them professional. Will Carrion, great analogy, right? Great analogy, right? If there's an emergency, you know CPR, somebody is in the midst of something terrible happening to them, you take action in that moment, you try to help them, but then once that moment has passed, they have something something more going on that what you can fix in that moment, you send them to the doctor. You don't try, just because you can, you know, splint up the arm, get them out of the middle of the street if they get hit by a car, doesn't mean you're responsible to fix the broken arm. That's a great analogy, and I you should take them professional. I agree. Ian, support them, love them, but ultimately guide them professional help. That's the most you can do. Yeah, eye in the sky. That's That's rough. A person like that needs professional help. Yep. Doubt you expected this when you started a stream. I don't, the stream is what it is. Expect the unexpected. But it doesn't bother me in that sense. Ooh, let's move that fix it sign. And besides, you did ask. And I said, you know, go ahead and you can ask me anything. I'm not going to say that I always know the answer, but I can tell you what I would do. Right? That's all I can do. And in this case, I did tell you what I would do, and that would be to get that. Let's put it here instead. It'd be to get that. Get somebody in position that, you know, can help them professionally. The tour would make a great long form edit. Yes, I have one. I think I did one at 500 hours. We're at about 600 hours. And so the plan was definitely to do a tour on purpose. That is going to be a long form edit. Absolutely. Mark, yes, I got the news at 1.1 will be coming out. No, it'll be coming out October 6th. Ray, I will admit to personal experience with dark thoughts and very near permanent actions. I was a lot younger then, but I got help, a lot of it, and things got better. Thank you for adding that, Ray. You can support them, but it's not good for anyone if you're their only support. That's true. You may be the only one that they let in right now, but if they'll let you in and they actually are letting you help them, then, you know, could be time to escalate. All good construction. I like the way you dealt with that. It's deep topic, but you're clear and to the point. Yeah. And honestly, I think one of the best answers, well, everybody added a little bit too, but we'll carry on. I'm going to read it again because I think it's really important. It's just like first aid. You can help someone who tripped and grazed their knee, but if you think they've broken something, you should take them to professional. Will doesn't even chat much in here, and that's a great way of looking at it, and I think that is a better way of saying what I was trying to say. So yeah, I like it. All right, while we were having that conversation, I was thinking about some solutions here. Let's make sure that our truck can actually make these turns. There's also been some offers of more personal help and offers of reaching out by other members of the live stream, which is really cool. All right, so we're gonna come in here like this. Can't see. Okay, we load, and then we turn. I mean, it's a tight fit. Let's see if we can automate it. 10th of June. I know, I was making a joke. That was actually a really funny joke on their part. All right, let's try to automate this. This is shockingly difficult. All right, let's see how this works. The colors are amazing. Here's a quick preview. Just a quick one. I gotta follow that truck. I'm kind of working on this underground stuff. The masks thing, I can understand that from a sympathetic point of view, but not an empathetic point of view. Necessarily. I don't necessarily, I think, you know, all of us are different, and we all deal with stuff differently. That sort of, that one is actually more difficult for me to probably give advice on, because I sort of, I actually have the opposite problem. There are times when I need to put a mask on, and I probably should, to protect, you know, myself maybe. I may have the opposite problem. That one I don't know if I can give good advice on. But it sounds like other people in the channel do. You know, let's just say there are times at work where I wish I could put on the the get along with your coworkers mask. But we all have our issues, right? They're usually just a different bag. And honestly, life's not fair and life sucks. You know, I probably have a better life than some of the people that are listening right now. And some of the people listening right now probably have a better life than me, you know, through no fault of our own. Life just sucks and is unfair, you know? And all you can do is do the best you can and try to get through it. But the crazy thing is that's all the rest of us are doing. That's all anybody is doing. You know, and everybody else has been able to do it. And so for me, at least, that gives me hope, right? I can look at people that I know have had a tougher time than me, you know, and really the key is it comes down to being grateful and thankful for the things that you have. I think this works, guys. That always kicks me out when I'm feeling sorry for myself, or I'm like, oh man, you know, my life, it would be better if this were happening or if that were happening. I just literally it takes 30 seconds and I look at the things that I'm most thankful for in my life, and then that goes away. I mean, it's like gone instantly. It puffs away. And I go, man, like I would have to be a true a-hole to continue to grouse about this thing or that thing that is almost always a first world problem. You know, when I've got this here, let's go ahead. We're done with this. This worked, by the way. Delete path and delete. I'll give you an example. I have a child with a very severe learning disability. It is called Williams syndrome. It is a freak genetic random chance, right? Nothing can really, there's no reason that it happened. And you know, it didn't have to happen, but it did. And it'd be really, really easy for me to, and you also have to, you know, keep something in mind here too. I'm the guy, and I've talked about this, that put my entire identity was based on being smart. And I have a child of mine that is the most important thing that I will ever done and will ever do. Has a severe learning disability, and like that is like basically my worst nightmare, and it happened. I don't like this. Doesn't match. When I was, you know, and that happened when I was 27. It was very difficult. I had all these dreams and plans for my child, and she can't do them. She'll be lucky if she can get a job at Walmart or anything, and she'll probably never be able to live alone. She will live with one of her siblings. She will probably live with her mother and I, or one of her siblings for the rest of her life. She won't be able to have kids. She won't be able to have a family in the same way that we've had a family. And that was absolutely devastating for me as a father. And we found out when she was like 2 months old. And there's nothing you can do about it. You know, and I can get, you know, why did this have to happen? Why did this have to happen to her? You know, my child, all of this, right? It'd be really, really, really easy for me to do that. And sometimes I did, right? Sometimes I did feel that way. But then all of a sudden, I get to be grateful and thankful for the other 4 that I have. And all of that goes away instantly. The other 4 children that I had, right? That are absolute, and she's amazing too. Of course she is, right? But, you know, I still had that tough thing where, you know, I had you know, there was an expectation and I had hopes and stuff for her that will never happen. And so, you know, and things have been hard. She's had medical things and you know, learning things, and it's been hard, right? So, like I said, all of a sudden, and that's just my example, right, of something that really, you know, bothered me, and can sometimes still bother me. But as soon as is that as dark as we get? That sucks. As soon as I start being grateful for what I have, a lot of that goes away almost instantly. So that's something that I've let's try this, found is very important. A little shiny, but that's probably works better than that. I don't know. Concrete or fix-it walls? Probably the concrete, actually. So that's probably the best that I can give you in my 41 years of age as you're going through issues is, you know, try to remember the good stuff, especially if you're thinking thoughts that lead to permanent actions. Remember the good stuff. And, you know, be thankful for the things worth being thankful for. And all of a sudden, things don't look so bad. At least that's what I've found. Sorry for that every topic. It's okay. Sometimes we need a heavy topic. That's not bad. It would be nice if we got rid of Maybe we can do something. Ooh, it's purple. All right, maybe we'll just cover it up. Lost in translation. Hello there. What's the tonal for? Just more trucks? And happy belated birthday. Thank you. All right, let me catch up in chat. Yeah, you really the concrete? Yeah, the concrete. Yeah, she has Williams syndrome. By the way, she does have you can get that darker. Ooh, I don't know. This one's cranked up. This one's cranked pretty high. Here, let's try it. I mean, that's the sat, right? That's as dark as it gets, my friend. The walls don't get as dark. I have that. This is the darker version here already. What happened to my FPS? I know what happened. I changed it. It's changing everything in the game that is on that swatch. You actually know someone with Williams. Wow. It's very, very rare. In all of the professionals that we've worked with, only the anesthesiologist has ever known what Williams was. We had an anesthesiologist once because she had to have a surgery. Her teeth came in. Well, her teeth came in completely decayed when she was little. But yes, the anesthesiologist is the only one that has ever known without looking it up what Williams syndrome was. We'll have to talk, Ray. I want to talk about that. Maybe not necessarily live right now, but I want to talk to you later about that, okay? If you're willing. That looks much better, so we're gonna do that. I will say that my daughter does have a more mild form. They can kids with that syndrome can often have congenital heart failures, and my daughter did have a narrowing of her aortic and pulmonary valves, but they were not nearly as bad as they could have been, and as other people with the syndrome that we know have had. So even within that realm, I'm always, very easy to be thankful, because even that, it could have been so much worse. Yeah, Ray, we're definitely going to talk about that. Why do you always speak about sad topics? I don't always speak about sad topics. This is like the only time all right, maybe not the only time. Gaxon, hopefully some of the stuff we chatted about have helped, but I will probably admit that we're ready to change topics. Heavy topics are why we're a community here. Well, sometimes we take the good with the bad. I mean, let's be frank. Most of the time, what was I talking about last stream? Food and Rick and Morty, okay? So, I mean, typically, I'm usually talking shit about the metric system. Okay? So, I mean, to be fair, heavy topics are relatively rare. And I didn't start it, not this time. Let's do this. Oh, good. Sometimes you got to talk about stuff. You know, and, you know, maybe, and you know what? Here's the other thing. You know what I've found? There's often people that, it's like, you know how like Nielsen ratings work in like TV and stuff? They don't measure every house, or they didn't used to, right? You measure a representative sample, right? And I feel like that's a lot of the times what happens in like for instance, one like on one of my videos probably equates to 10 people enjoying the video. They just didn't take the time to like it, right? And you know, I'm betting that, you know, there are other people that may have found what we were talking about helpful, but they just didn't take the time to ask the question, or didn't feel comfortable enough to ask the question. So just like I think the people that, what are we gonna do here? You know, take the time to like the video or to like whatever, you know, and they're representative of a larger group. I would say the same thing for the person that asked the question today. You know, there's probably other people that, I don't want to do something too crazy. What if we just do that and call it good, maybe? Use carbon on that. It might be darker. Let me try that. Ooh, carbon is darker. Good call. Thank you, Archme. Much darker. I did know that trick. I forgot. Good call. Good call. Can show off your new glasses again. Oh, yes. Okay, I can do that. Ray bought me a birthday present a few weeks ago that I just got. And this was the present. I'm not using one of them right now. But Darth over here will get a lot of use. Let's talk about sandwiches. Yeah, food. Oh, probably not the best. Speaking of food, I've been noodling a solution for I feel like we're about done here, guys. I've been noodling a solution for my frustration with my weight. And I think I know what I'm gonna do. To jumpstart things. I don't like this. It's not a strategy for long-term maintaining. But let's try this. But it'll help keep me started. Should we do white again? I mean, basically everything in here is white. Or, I mean, it's yellow because that's all the lights we have. Yeah, I think that works. All right, so I'm gonna stop fiddling. Desk spaghetti? No, the opposite. All right, Gaxon, have a good night. And good luck. Oh, you know what we need? We need a regular light in here. Where are we gonna put him? Probably right here. I'm gonna go what's worked before. We're gonna go back to the fast. Time's gonna come when I'm absolutely definitely talking. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's substantially different, you guys. It was -0. We have to get our color back. Big yikes. I shouldn't have changed this. I'm not sure what things are gonna look like when we reload. Oh, wait, we're using this one. All right, never mind. Sorry. I was freaking out. I used the wrong swatch. Is this one for the roof? Okay, we're good. We're all good. All right, guys, so this is done for this one. And then all I want to do is... Here, let's do a light in here. This can be, you know, behind the scenes, stay a little rough and rowdy. Okay, we're gonna be sending stuff out. Oh, really? You're gonna be on the half nudge? Drive it. I could drive it. We've done some driving. Happy to do some more. Yeah, I think this is good. We do have 2 more of these little enclaves to make. For now. Yeah, but let's drive it. All right, let's bring the camera down low. Gotta go wide out here. Sharp turn. Okay. Take the goods. Sharp turn. Oh yeah, we made it. Oh yeah, totally doable. But let's drive something a little faster down the entire tunnel, because There's probably a bunch of new people here from when I last did so. And then we're going to put in those other 2 tunnels. And then we're going to see where we're at with the evening. Yeah, it definitely turned out well. Sushi Cat, there's also a secret tunnel. Right now it's not connected to anything, but we will connect it. And we're out on the other side of the road here. Secret tunnel. It is very long. I needed to keep my car. It's too long to walk. In your mom. What? Conversation's taking a turn. Oh, I see the blue. Got it. All right, so I think we do this kind of step by step. We look and see, and then we do it to the second and third tunnel here, or branch. All right, and so we're cutting 5, and then the curve, and 5 in the middle. All right. You said there is, yeah, there is a secret tunnel. But I don't think it has anything to do with your mom. I mean, maybe though. Brum, brum, brum. And the thing is that number 2 and 3 here is going to go really fast because the first one took so long because of you know, design. It took up design time. We don't have to worry about that now. That's true. The only reason that it veered away is Minikin was here for a little while. Oh, right here. Oh, it's because, yeah, it's because I need to do this. Right? Those were the ones you were talking about, I'm assuming. All right, nice. Let's clear the next one. Should be right here. I'm really glad this turned out. You know, sometimes when I start a stream, I'm like, okay, I kind of know what I want to do, but I have no idea how I'm going to get there. And then it's amazing kind of how fast it comes together. And really also to just, you know, a lot of that's from your guys' help too, by the way. So I appreciate it. All right. How many stations? 3. 3 that exit this door. And then I'm not sure how many that we're gonna need exiting the north door, but I'm not gonna make those today. We'll make those when we need them in the northern quadrants. So 3 today. These are the last 2 that we're gonna make today, and they'll go fast. And then we definitely and then I'll see if there's if I think I can get anything else done, because I want to do like you know, like a 20 to 30 minute tour. Jack Scorn, wow, I dropped by to say what you're building looks awesome already. Yeah, well, we're a little stuck in the dungeon here. Let me just poke out. Say hello. There we go. We're in the middle of a city, a cyberpunk city, and I will be doing a full tour in, you know, maybe in an hour or so. Yeah, probably about an hour. We're gonna do a tour, like a 30-minute one, start to finish. Everything I'm working on, we're gonna go through it. Wild Goose, man, this is insane. Thank you. Hopefully insane in a good way. Insane in the membrane. Crazy insane, got no brain. Insane in an inspiring way. Good. Good. Not insane in a, you know, they're coming to get me. You know, that you've called somebody and they're on the way. Amazing. How did you make the floodlights on the roof like that? Tunnel? Are they just large panels? Yeah. Large billboards. These are large billboards that have been recessed as part of the blueprint. I'm about to make one right now, actually. Here, let me show you. How did I do this? I did it halfway. Middle on the fix it. Middle. All right. Yeah, let's put him in right now. I mean, you have to be insane to think of it and to want to put the hours in. Well, yeah. So I mean, the hours. It helps when I'm streaming. I don't think I could have done this, you know, if I wasn't streaming and kind of like hanging out with everybody, you know. But you know, comments like that, they help. You know, gotta feed the ego. The ego needs to eat. daily. We both know the wife isn't going to do it. Finally, a reference that you know. Which reference? Happy to be the chef for your ego. Yeah, speaking of eating too much, that's definitely the case where my ego is concerned. Uh-oh. Mistakes have been made. Let's put in this other side. Right, we'll go this guy goes here, here, and here. That guy here, here. Ray says, please don't feed his ego. I'm like a gremlin. Don't feed my ego after midnight. I am, though, I have to say, in all fairness, I am very much looking forward to playing another game. I love Satisfactory, but we have put in, many hours have been put into Satisfactory, and I'm ready for a new challenge soon, but not until we finish this beast. But you guys have to admit, so that the everyday people, right? Eye in the Sky, Ray, Ian, whoever else might be here. Oh, Crazy Insane got no brain. Nice. You got that reference. Good. I feel like we've been going really fast. Don't you think? Have we been going faster than you've expected? You know, in terms of how fast I'm getting these factories up. And then for the light, we did this. Faster than I'm expecting. All right, we'll do all the coloring at the same time. They made a lot of speed improvements with 1.0, which must have had a lot. Middle click copy is a godsend. Yeah, that was there. The middle click copy was there. But yes, no, it does help. Focus and dedication payoff. I call it dedication. You call it dedication. Others that I know call it stubbornness. Never my wife, though. Star Wars build would have broken any sane man. Well, just like the Hulk. The secret is, I was never sane. I've always been insane. That Star Wars build was fun. But there's something about this playthrough that it's more satisfying for me than what I did with the Star Wars playthrough. Because the Star Wars playthrough, I mean, basically I pretty much only built like a couple of factories. right? Because they were essentially just all kind of working together. Most of them, anyway. About the world's largest power factory, and then really didn't do anything with the power because I had to stop for 1.0. Start over. And here we are, 600 hours later. Did you see the reverse Guitar Hero style music video someone made in Satisfactory? I don't know if I did, actually. I usually am pretty good at catching those kind of things, because I know you guys like to talk about them. Hard-headedness? Sure. My head is as hard as the next guy's. But I will say that as I get older, it's becoming a little bit of a problem. I mean, not too bad yet, but I'm sort of, you know, hoping that it doesn't become, you know, much worse. Luckily, though, through the miracles of modern technology and medical care, I think I'm going to be okay. Plus, you know, I had 5 already, so I got it while the getting was good. Okay, we need this guy. This guy. Yeah, this one's kind of a pain. You're enjoying this save more though because of community input and just the awesome theme and aesthetic, and I feel like you get to express yourself more. That is true. That is actually one of the bigger problems with the Star Wars theme builds. I really, my hands were tied so often. I don't do links in chat, Twitch. They're turned off. But if you want to join the Discord, we have I think we have a videos on the Discord. You're welcome to link things in the Discord, and even in general chat is usually fine, like 99% of the time. Well, according to those crazy Italians who found something below Giza, having the world's biggest power plant without anything using the power wouldn't be that unusual. Oh, I saw that actually. I didn't get any details, but I saw the headline. I saw the headline. I need this guy. And then basically, guys, this area in here between the last truck stop and this corner and that corner and the first truck stop over there, wherever that may be, this is where we're going to cut down through here and get our trains. By the way, if you're new around here, this is where we are on the map. Pay no attention to the giant pyramid in the Dune Desert. Definitely don't pay attention to that. But yeah, this is where we'll cut in to get the trains. And we're gonna need a lot of train stations. Forgive me, Mr. Kin. The way you say Mr. Kin, that's what Mikey calls me while if like we're in voice in Discord. It's like Mr. Kin. Okay, then what? And then 5 more, I think. What do we look like here? Yep, 5 more with a turn. Okay. You were in the other room making food. Yes, this playthrough is fast when given your scale of building. Well, if I don't go fast, Korthal will murder me. Poor guy is holding down the fort over in Ashes of Creation, waiting for me. He's Boromir and I'm Aragorn, except I'm still doing my rangering in the north, where he's holding off Mordor. At least I hope he's Boromir and not Denethor. That is going to be my next game, though. After I finish this, I'm hoping to finish this before August. One of the reasons that I've got my daughter, she's been doing a lot of editing lately, and she's going to be editing all summer for me, is to really just speed up the, give me more time. So that I can stream more. I've sort of let my health go a little bit. I got to get back on that, which... Like I said, I do have a plan for that, so that's good. The goal is 1 new short a day, and then 2 to 3 long form videos a week. But really just getting through my VODs and whatever content, you know, makes itself known. Side note, you're building an ideal room and pillar mine in this tunnel. Am I? Is that something I can look up? Something like this. Oh, leaving the pillars, but they're walls, but they're like... Here you go. Interesting. We're building a mining tunnel, and they call it a mine. A mine. Let's put in the other light. Where did we put that light in? Let's go. Yeah, let's put these in. All right, bang on, nice. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's put in these. Oops. One too many. Well, we definitely want to make sure that our power plant doesn't collapse on our heads. The pillars are the undisturbed earth. Ground falls after you dig a hole underneath it. Right. Plan or a concept of a plan. When you carry out those plans, I'll try. No promises. Yeah. Oh, did I say it looks? Did I read that? Looks like an early Doom level. Well, that's praise, I think. All right, let's go check on that light. Nice, we can, oh, we'll put that light when we need it. All right, where's this guy? Okay, he's to the side and he is, well, I guess we should put that in and then he'll be easy to locate, right? I think this is right. Now I'm not sure. Better fly over here and look. That was referring to the mining thing, not your tunnel. It's forward a little bit. I'm off by 1 notch. Oh, the mining thing looks like an early Doom level. Nice. Actually, we were right on. And then light is here. Let's finish building this. All right, very nice. That looks good. go ahead and this. Concrete walls. Sweet. This guy, a plan or a concept of a plan. With the weight that I'm trying to lose. Yeah, I do have a plan. The details I'm still working out. So maybe you could call it a concept of a plan. But and will I carry out those plans? Well, that's kind of the thing I'm worried about. It's gonna be intense. So intense, I don't even know if I want to say it live yet, because I feel like some of you guys may want to give me an intervention. When is next stream? Tomorrow night. Tomorrow. I think I did fix it's there. There. No, not that extreme. No surgery. I can tell you that. No surgery. Surgery is not the plan. Maybe I feel better actually. If you went straight to surgery, maybe my thinking isn't quite so extreme. The problem is it's a cultural thing. So I bet you some people may think it's crazy, while others will be like, no big deal. So I'm gonna fast. I'm gonna fast in a big way. How big is yet? I've yet to decide precisely. All right, let's throw in this one. So in a way, I am gonna get my stomach shrunk, but the more natural way than surgery. And I've done it before. I have absolutely fasted before. Perhaps not to the level that I'm planning, but we'll see. Yo-yo, yeah, I've done that. Here's the nice thing about the yo-yo though. At least you go down. The challenge isn't the down. It's keeping it from coming up. I can tell you this, I know how to get down. I've done it before. And yes, the times I've gotten down, I have come back up. But I don't think it's quite has so much to do with the method of getting my weight down as it does with the mindset that I have after I get down there. Let's find out. Sad ads back. I feel that your frequency is based on to the sad ones. When they do come up, it's important that the community gets engaged and supports these individuals. Doesn't matter if streamers and chatter. Yeah, no, I think he's good. I think he was just asking a question, which of course, you know, he has every right to do. And maybe he's just gotten bad luck. Maybe I have talked about sadder topics when he's been around. What's next? Color is next, you guys. Let's do this room first. Oops, dang it. All right. Yeah, you know, I never know what to expect on a stream, and to be honest with you, I wouldn't have it any other way. Some days, you know, I mean, a couple of weeks ago, somebody asked me what food they should try, what American food that they should try as, you know, I think he said, "Are you here?" Whoever asked that, I can't remember who asked that. I think he might have said he's a chef, or at least an home chef, perhaps. And so he's like, "What American food should I cook?" I'm like, "Okay, now we're in my wheelhouse." And then we get, yeah, villain bunker. I mean, this is basically a villain bunker. You know, and then today we get a different sort of question, right? So you never know. And honestly, it's one of the things I really do love streaming. Was it an aggressive response, just honest? Yeah, no, I don't think it was. I don't think it was aggressive. But I do think I may have already answered it, but that's okay. You're good, man. You are good. I didn't consider it aggressive. And you're right. When things come up, I mean, because I do want to, you know, foster a community where people feel like they can ask questions, right? And if it's something I feel like I can't answer, well, I always have that prerogative. Right, as we all do. You know, like for instance, you know, if he'd asked me some question about politics, I probably wouldn't have answered, because you know that's not really something that we do here, right? But he asked me something else, and I was able to answer. Did I put? All right, for Eye in the Sky's sake, I won't put in those. We'll just keep those on the main road. I view gaining weight that you've lost as kind of like paying taxes. Paying taxes sucks. I hate doing it. Probably more so than some of you that live in different countries. No, we all hate paying taxes, right? That's mostly just a meme. But guess what the thing about paying taxes is? You know what that means? It means you made money. Right? And that means that you're better off, you know, I'd rather have it that way than the other way, right? And so if we're talking about, you know, weight gain after losing it, Okay, well, at least you lost it. Know what I mean? So I can be, that's a good problem to have to worry about. I want to worry about that problem again. I want to get back to worrying about keeping the weight off that I've lost, because that means I've lost the weight again. You know? And I've lost it before, so why am I going to try to reinvent the wheel? Let's just lose it the same way I lost it before. And this time, try different strategies once I've lost it again, rather than, you know, try to come up with a different strategy for why to get there. But I'll get there again. I really, like, I believe it in every fiber of my being. Missed the last light on the truck stop area, I think. Thanks, Flem. Hey, welcome, Flem. Where have you been, sir? Did you request permission to be absent? I'm gonna need your permission slip. This one looks okay. Yes. Well, so a lot of walking to lose it, and then I need to get back to some heavy weightlifting again and working out to keep it off. Mostly walking to lose it, at least for a while. I do have a gym membership, but I'm pretty heavy right now. It's not great, and going to the gym right now is it's tough. Like from a physical place. Cardio is one for weight loss. Yeah, I'm the walking is the cardio for me. But like I said, I've done it before, and then lifting to keep it off. But I used to run cross country in high school. I am very well aware of cardio. We go way back. I'm familiar, unfortunately. I don't see a light that I missed. No, consistency is key, right? Which means that I have to do something that I will do every day. And running / cardio is not going to be it. So I have to find that thing, because you're right. Doing it every day is what will matter. All right, I think I got everything else. Let's figure out the paint for the inside of the room, which is not easy. What did I do here? Did these on the outside, those underneath, and lines on the inside. Switching to dark mode, going full lurk. Sweet dreams, everyone. All right, have a good one, man. Fun baller. Sometimes life gets in the way. I know. You of course know that I'm 100% kidding. Boom, boom. Okay, we said these on the inside. I think like this. Bedroom cardio helps too. There's plenty of that. Don't worry about that. I got 5 kids after all. But I tell you what, the fasting that I plan on doing, I'm gonna be bored as hell. Well, that time I usually eating. Gotta fill that time somewhere, right? Know what I'm saying? Giggity. All right, and then we need... Ray, you always cause a problem. You always get me freaking started. This. And we did this. $20K steps. I was doing, when I lost the weight last year, I was doing 10 to 12. Much more than that. And, well, I got to be careful because if I go too much, I don't want to overdo on, like my knees or whatever. Because then I won't be doing any. So, I can work up to 10. I feel like that's a very safe number for me. And then maybe slowly work up, because even then I gave myself really bad shin splints last year. The 12 was actually, I hurt my ankle, and not that it's an excuse, because it's not an excuse, but it was the excuse that I had to, it's one of the reasons that I stopped walking that much, because I hurt my ankle because I was walking too much. So it's a balance, and I'm not trying to win a weight loss contest this time. So, which in a way is easier, but in another way is harder. But the walking, I feel like 10 is probably the most that I'm going to do for the foreseeable future, until I lose a bunch of the weight, right? Then it's there's less risk to 12 or 15 or something. But remember too, I don't have a lot of time, so I have to make sure that I spend it wisely. And at a certain point, I'm going to want to spend an hour, or an hour and a half going and working out, than walking an extra X amount of steps, right? I think that'll be a better return at a certain point. Yeah, I like that better. No, I have Hoka shoes that are extremely well fitted. No, I get shin splints because I weigh 350 pounds and I walk 10 to 12,000 when I walk 10 and 12,000 steps a day. It's not the shoes. Bear a thought for Minikin when she's editing this. It's true. Damn it. All right, this is good. Anthony, you know how to throw a damper on things. All right, let's... Ooh, did I do that there? Probably should have a damper on it. Yeah, okay, this looks good. All right, next one. We have one more room to do here. Get an MTB, you won't regret it. Like I said, let's lose it first, guys, and then we'll get creative after that. The nice thing with the walking is I can listen to my audiobooks, and which helps make me feel like I'm not wasting time. And then I do really enjoy working out. Like, and I enjoy how I feel when I'm done working out, right? So that's what I have to do. I have to do things I like doing. It's exactly like this channel. It's no different, right? I've talked to you guys about, my thoughts on this channel and where this channel's going in terms of like the content. and basically I have to do what I want to do, because otherwise I won't be able to do it long enough to be successful in streaming. And it's the same exact thing with doing physical things and you know, exercising and stuff, right? I can pick a movement that is a better time per calorie spent efficiency, but if I detest it, well, then it doesn't really matter, because I'm not going to do it long enough for it to work. You know what I mean? So you know, I've got to take that into account. And that for me exists basically in two spaces: walking and lifting weights, right? Because with the walking, I can spend time with my wife, my family, and I can listen to my books, which I don't really have time to read anymore. And then the lifting weights, I enjoy it, and I enjoy the way that I feel. And the truth is, I really like eating, and so when I'm lifting really well, I feel like I can I get to, you know, eat good lean protein and feel good about it, right? Because I mean, most of the time when I eat, I end up you know, feeling guilty about the, you know, lately not what I'm eating, because what I'm eating has been a lot better lately in the last few years, but the amount, sure. Right? So, oh, let's do these. So when I'm working out hard, you know, I'm putting muscle on, then it feels good. And so I'm going to be doing that. No, I don't need to add anything new. Never kick a winner in the ass. I've lost the weight before. I just have to, you know, keep it going better. But by then I'll have a channel. So, or I mean, a microphone, a camera. I already have a microphone and a channel. By then I'll have a camera, and you guys can be like, hey, you sure you're walking? Looking like you're gaining a couple of pounds there. And knowing eye in the sky, that'll be the first thing he looks at. All right, let's I am getting a camera. I don't know exactly when, sometimes in the next few months though. Ooh, did I do the thing? Oh, I didn't do the thing. Let me do the thing. No, I'm mountain bike. I'm not doing that. It's a young man's game. I appreciate the passion with which you make your suggestion. So I'm just doing this to that's a way of getting rid of Z fighting, and it lets me stack different paints on each other, different patterns. So I'm gonna do the arrow here and here, but then the line so it doesn't look off. Here and there. So now it looks like this square has both an arrow and this sideline, even though they're two separate squares. One's just raised up above the other, and so it doesn't Z fight. scale check at the beginning of the stream? Dude, I do. I will do a once a week weigh-in for sure. Have I missed anything, you guys? I just thought since I tend to get shin splints from poorly fitting shoes, that might be an issue for you as well. Good shoes are always worth every exercise. Yeah, definitely. I also have squat shoes, so I don't use a free weight back squat anymore because it's not worth the risk. But I do hack squats. I do love hack squats, and I do have some shoes for that, specifically for that. Because those were giving me shin splints too. Let me... Outside? Was this outside you think of? Yeah. Well, like I said, I do all the walking outside. Okay, construction. Longer story time incoming since we spoke about viewer questions... messages versus streamers multiple times now. Okay, all right. You got banned from our streamers Discord and stream simply because I linked a new URL of the WoW wiki since they moved. In the old wiki, he still used not getting updated. He had a massive tantrum on stream. You don't have to answer this guy, but do you think he is a streamer that I might know? You don't have to say the name. Ooh, missed some colors here. Like, is he a big enough like WoW streamer that I probably know? I know most of the big WoW streamers, but I don't watch them regularly necessarily. I was just kidding. No. Oh, you meant like a visual one. Oh, like take the camera? Yeah, no, probably not that. That would be funny though. But the accountability portion of what you said is very good though. Yeah, guys, I think we're done here. I think I've covered everything. We knocked it out. Oh, let's connect the power. I didn't do that. Let's connect the power to the to these three. Cycling has no impact. No, I understand. And I appreciate that suggestion, but we'll probably... Now look, once I lose the weight, you know, maybe I need to change things up. Right? You know, maybe one of my kids will absolutely love to do cycling, and that'll be something that I can do with them. You know? Why did I do that? Why don't you just connect directly to this, you stupid? Okay. Present it like a UFC weigh-in. Well, so I used to wrestle. I wrestled all through high school, including the winter leagues, and then I coached wrestling. Coached wrestling for many years. I am very familiar with weigh-ins. I'm very familiar with cutting weight. Like, you know, that last bit of water weight before a weigh-in. Of course, I will say the UFC guys in the past 20 years have that shit down to a better science than we did. We did cut water weight, you know, just like they do. But they've got it, like I said, out of science. Pretty interesting. I actually used some of it when I won my weight loss competition. Back burner. Right. Okay, guys. How's our time? It's perfect timing. Perfect timing. All right, so when I start my tour, I'm gonna pretty much run through everything. I probably won't stop for questions. I'm just gonna kind of go for it, unless they're questions related to the tour. My opinion, weight cutting should be illegal. They should use weight averages during training camp with mandatory exercises right after the weigh-in. What would be the mandatory exercise right after the weigh-in? What would that do? I mean, if that happened, training would be much different. People will adapt and gamify any set of rules. You change the rules and they'll just gamify those, just like they did with weigh-ins before the match. Because that's what human beings do. Eye in the Sky, I am not familiar off the top of my head. But I bet you if you mentioned his name, I probably would have heard of it. All right, so here's the plan, guys. I'm gonna do a pretty thorough tour. Including we'll start with a driving tour, and then I'll go through the plans on the construction. Well, we'll do a driving tour, then we'll go look at the Tyrell Corporation building, and then I will do then we'll come back. And then I'll kind of stand at the middle and we'll talk about the rest of the construction that needs to happen. Lost in translation. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, they fight that day. They have to exercise afterwards. You just drink the water. I mean, you should look at like soccer players or football players, right? How much water weight they lose in the middle of a game. I mean, all they're doing, I mean, it's a little more complicated than this, but for the most part, what they're doing is they're exercising out that water before the weigh-in. Right? And there's some trickery with, over drinking water and then drinking less, right? But essentially, they're temporarily dehydrating. It is temporary. And then they drink the water and they go fight. So I don't know, man. All that stuff, it would all be gamified in the first place. If you cut weight correctly, you cut water weight correctly, there isn't really any health issues with it. None of the cutting weight is healthy. I ran next to with amazing athletes that were weak because of cutting weight. Yeah, cross country. Yeah. So, look, anything can be taken to an extreme, right? And I can't speak for that, but there's methods of cutting water weight that are cutting weight could mean many things to many different people, and the type that I'm talking about is maybe not the same. 3, something like, damn, you guys like the person I banned on Discord for the same shit. I didn't even know he banned me there, so I was surprised. They fight the next day, don't they? I'm not sure on UFC. I know you wrestled the same day. You're wrestling hours later. So it doesn't do any good to cut weight poorly if you are just going to be too weak to wrestle. The good ones don't. Yeah, it sounds like that sucks eye in the sky. We're just wrapping up these conversations, guys, and then I'm gonna do the tour. They hit a low. A lot of that, honestly, again, everything can be extreme. If you're massively dehydrated for days, obviously that's really, really bad. But these like professional UFC athletes, man, they have doctors, and I don't know. I feel like they're smarter than me. I don't know. They may not be smarter than you, but I feel like they're smarter than me. Drink a couple glasses of water, you're ready to fight. I mean, I'm oversimplifying, I know. And like I said, we did, my wrestling teacher was our health teacher and our athletic director at our school. We didn't do anything crazy. Basically, we just did a 3-hour, very, very, very hard workout before weigh-ins. I mean, you can lose 10, 15 pounds of water weight working out really, really hard right before your weigh-in. So we would do like a full 2.5, 3-hour hard workout, not drink any water. Like basically we would drink water the night before and then, you know, sleep, wake up early, do like a 2-3 hour workout, lose a bunch of water weight. You know, we're only not drinking water for about what, 12 hours? Okay, 10, 12 hours. Weigh in, drink it all back, good to go. Now I realize that the UFC guys do more than that. Yeah, no worries, eye in the sky. But there's a bunch of ways to skin that cat, right? And I'm sure that many of them are not healthy. But okay, let's see. Let's try to get some materials ready. Let's see. What are we going to talk about? We're definitely going to do the map. I've been looking forward to this tour too. This is a big one. Usually I do like little half-ass tours, but we're going to go full bore here. Okay. And then we're going to have these guys ready, which they are. We don't need him anymore. So let's go ahead and delete him. Cleaning up a little bit. And we don't really need him anymore. And you guys are the same. And that works there. And then let's get our pictures together. We have this guy. And then there's the Mercury building. We'll need him. What else? Arasaka Tower. Perfect. And then any of the dystopian stuff. We're basically done with this, so we can get rid of this. You know what I really want to have handy? Yeah, and this is all the stuff we've been working on today. So that's good. You know what I really want to have handy is that, let's see if I can find that other picture in Discord on the 4 towers with the connecting bridges. Let me see if I can find that. It wasn't that long ago that you guys shared that. I can't remember who shared that one. Eye in the Sky, maybe? Let me find it. There we go. Vixen sent it. So we're gonna go like this. Perfect. I needed this anyway. And then I actually really liked one of these guys that Eye in the Sky shared as well. What else do we need? For materials here. I think that's it. All right, guys. So yeah, obviously feel free to ask questions while I'm doing the tour. You know, I'm happy to answer them. And and then any non-topic questions, I will absolutely answer when we're done. All right. What sky should we have? Nice dark purple. Yeah, this is good. This is good. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Wonder if this is a safe place. You know, Sushi Cat had a great idea, and I've never had a chance to really implement it. But basically, his idea was to record a route with the Explorer, and then I can just play the route auto while doing a tour, and I don't have to worry about like where I'm driving and stuff. It's a really good idea. I just haven't gotten around to accomplishing it. Here, let's start somewhere else. Oh, we need fuel. Thinking my favorite shot, I think, of this city is still in this corner over here. Trying to get up there. I don't want to leave my car in the middle of the road. There we go. All right. We'll just throw out that the last urban tour didn't showcase the amazing buildings in enough detail. All right, so Anthony, you're saying you want to go inside each one and take a look at the factories inside. Hey, I'm open to suggestions here. I'm a man of the people. Wild Goose, that double helix building is amazing. Thank you. Yeah, that's actually based on a real life building. Oh, let's turn. I like nice and clear skies. Let's turn on clear skies. So we do a drive by, and then you want to go through each building. You can do that. Bit of that, but you only get to see the bottom of the towers. Well, we will be flying through the air a little bit. And why don't we do that? Why don't we go up to, we'll show a little bit of the inside of each factory. And then I'll go to the top of the this tower here, so we'll get to see everything from up top. Yeah, the view of the other towers from the top of one would be sweet. All right, we can do that. We can do that. All right, any other suggestions here? I'll give, the YouTube lag is pretty significant, so I'll give you guys a quick second to get that in, and then we'll get started. if your car can't go up there, I doubt pedestrians can surmount those high foundations, even diagonal, either. I mean, I think pedestrians can get to where cars can't pretty well. You know, it's not exactly an off-road vehicle. All right. Oh, let's change the autosave too. Actually, let's do the full save. Let's do the save for the end of the stream, and then I'll turn autosave off. The big thing, and you guys, maybe you guys can remind me when I'm done here, I want to... I need to remember to turn autosave back on. All right, so we're officially at 617 hours, by the way. All right. All right. Let's see. So, I have had multiple requests to do a full tour of my cyberpunk city. Not only the city itself, but we also have a satellite building out in the Dune Desert that we'll also be taking a look at, as well as kind of what my plans are moving forward over the next few months as I try to wrap up my Satisfactory playthrough. So I started this when 1.0 went live, and we have 617 hours on this playthrough. And again, this is my cyberpunk city, and yeah, let's take a look. The idea here is that each building has its own factory. The raw materials are fed up through the train system, and then these trucks, as you can see moving around, they transfer finished materials between buildings on the road network. And that in front of us is also my cyberpunk gas station. So the best way, I think, to view our road network is via the road. So I've laid this city out in quadrants, and we really only have construction happening in the first two quadrants. And that's the south quadrants. Oh, I thought I could get around him. I'll have to fire that guy. So the two south quadrants that we're in really handle the basics factories. That's the area that we were in. And then ahead of us, we have two big factories, Nakatomi Plaza, which is the factory that I used for my Fixmas. And by the way, I submitted to the Coffee Stain Studio Fixmas contest, and we took 8th place. But yeah, guys, we're filming a video. Gee, stay off the roads. So this other building here is the one that I'm currently work in progress. It is the big sort of dystopian rocket fuel factory. And it's also going to produce all of the remaining copper and rubber that we need for the rest of the safe. As you can see, it is fairly large and goes around the backside of Nakatomi Plaza there. So this center building here, turn around, is this cylindrical building here. That is our central storage. And we will be going up to the top of that in a couple of minutes so that we can see the rest of the city. But I have a alternate method of kind of getting around up here like this. And then I've got 4 main freeways kind of going out each cardinal direction from the center of the central storage. And those freeways have off ramps like this and overpasses. and we can kind of see even more of the city from here. So we do have one more building, this empty space right here to the left, that I'll be talking about the plans for eventually. But we can take a look at some of the lobbies. This is actually the building that does the steel production. And a lot of these truck stops, most of them are on, a couple of them still have yet to be hooked up. And then this building here, which is based off of the Shard in London, and we'll get a better view in a few minutes. This one is our basics factory. And the two main colors that I'm doing here are the teal and purple. I'll kind of show you the overall idea of what I'm going for in a few minutes. And then this one here is based on the John Hancock building in Chicago, and it's the computer factory. And then finally, this we actually just finished today. This is the underside tunnel of the power plant that again, work in progress. So these are the truck stations for that. And I did test this. A truck can fit around in here, so that's pretty cool. But I was really going for like a really claustrophobic kind of dystopian sort of like tunnel freeway through the center of our factory. So again, still work in progress, but it's turning out very nice. And just kind of a way for our trucks to get through this quadrant, because I really wanted a different style of building here. More shorter and more surface area, mostly because we do have 650 fuel generators. So yeah, those are the current buildings in progress. So next thing I want to do is we'll pop down here and let's head over to our little satellite building in the Dune Desert. The method of the power generation that I'm going with is the rocket fuel. So I'm focusing on rocket fuel, but I am going to burn the extra compacted coal that the rocket fuel production makes in those coal plants. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop up to the hypertube cannons and go take a look and see what we have out in the Dune Desert. And there's probably quite a few people that haven't seen that. So should enjoy what you're going to see. By the way, this structure out in the Dune Desert is from a movie, and it took me 95 hours to make just this one structure. Here we go. This is the Tyrell Corporation building from Blade Runner. This is not just here for show. This has an actual purpose. And this is our raw resource hub. You can see a drone taking off right now to deliver a little bit of coal. This is our raw resource hub for the entire cyberpunk city, which is above the Red Forest. Fortunately, we can't see the signs from this far away, but that's okay. Yeah, this took 95 hours. I did come up with a method of blueprinting those signs, but keeping them looking random and without a pattern. And I'm really, really happy how this turned out. It's one of this is probably the single coolest thing I've made in this game. And so let's actually stop off and take a look inside and see what it looks like. Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Oops. We'll be fine. All right, so like I said, this is a raw resource hub, and let's start with the bottom floor. because that's where actually we need to stop, pay our respects. Here lies the remains of Clifford. That's not that far down. Listen, it was only this far. I thought his little stubby legs could take more. I'm sorry. All right? I'm sorry. But moving on, downstairs, we have the intake. So again, we don't have a lot of the Cyberpunk City built yet. So we've built larger than we're currently using, but we should have plenty of room to expand. And I've sort of laid out these train stations in, I sort of pre-laid them out and got organized. But essentially what this is a place where we can send any amount in any order of raw resources in 10-car trains, 2 locomotives, 10 cars total, from anywhere on the map into the bottom of this hub. And then what we're gonna do, what we do is we take those raw resources and they flow up to the second floor. And here in the second floor, we shuffle them around and use them where we need to send them, up to this floor. And this is the stations, the final stations that export from this building to the Cyberpunk City. And by the way, the trains get to the Cyberpunk City up through this giant train spiral, which is a double stack, 2-way double stack, so 4 total tracks. But again, we have kind of 2 flavors of trains. We have a 5-car train setup. That's most of the ones that I'm using right now. And then we do have a 7-car, 2 locomotive setup back here, which I'm saving in case I need them. And that way we can send the trains as needed, loaded with what they need loading, up into the trains, into the Cyberpunk City. What is the tower on the corner of one of the pyramids? That is actually, oops. That is a radar tower. I was gathering all of the resources around the resource hub. And of course, so I figured putting down a radio tower would be the most helpful. But by the way, all the VODs, everything that I've done, every minute that I've spent on this save is on my YouTube channel, in my VOD playlist, and you can feel free to track down anything that you want to see built in detail. It's all there. All right, and so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna head back to the Cyberpunk City. Let's go ahead and refill. I would like full health. I think that'd be a good idea. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. Do we have any bacon? We do. You know, bad things have happened in the past taking this trip. You want to take a train to the Cyberpunk City? All right, we can take a train. All aboard. Happy to do that. So while we're taking the train, I can talk a little bit about sort of my inspiration for this city and kind of where we're going with this. Once we get there, I'll show you guys some material. But in the meantime, we can just kind of chat a little bit. So I started this YouTube channel and with Satisfactory, and the first playthrough I started on the day that update 8 went live in 2023. June 14th, I think, 2023. And that playthrough had a very specific theme as well. I was making Star Wars themed giant factories. And I wasn't really able to finish that save because over a year later, Satisfactory 1.0 dropped, and there was so many changes between update 8 and 1.0 that it was really necessary to start over. And to be honest, I felt like I'd kind of reached the peak that I could with that Star Wars save. And so we'd been brainstorming the entire time about doing this cyberpunk city. And part of the issue that I had with the Star Wars save is that it kind of tied my hands creatively a little bit because everything had to look Star Wars. And then I also really couldn't put the detail in that I wanted because the factories were so big. For instance, I did a flying power plant shaped like the Super Star Destroyer that handled all the oil on the map, every single drop, 10,500 oil per minute. And so I spent my time doing that instead of doing kind of the cosmetics that I really wanted to do, like the Tyrell building that we saw in the Dune Desert, right? And so in a lot of ways, I'm enjoying this playthrough a lot more because I can put the attention to detail inside the city that I want. And so I really enjoyed that. Speaking of the update 8 playthrough, this train spiral was actually made for the Star Wars themed build. And if you want to see that Star Wars themed build, it is available on my Discord. This current build that we're looking at here is only available to my members. It's really the only thing that I have set aside for YouTube members or Twitch subs or Patreon members is this current playthrough. But my any blueprint that I've made is available for free for everybody. Just head to my Discord. There's a place there for you. And if you're looking for a blueprint that you've seen me make that isn't there, just message me and I'm happy to upload it for you, including this beast. Now, this train spiral was designed with a method developed by Popcac, which if you haven't followed him, you should definitely check him out. This method is now no longer available to be built in vanilla Satisfactory. They patched out the little trick that we use to kind of build a blueprint larger than the blueprint maker. And so this is like a lost technology, right? And so it is massive. It almost breaks your computer just to build the damn thing. But if you can get it built, it works really, really, really well. So if you want to take a look at this and give this blueprint a try, you're welcome to do that on my Discord as well. And here we have, as I mentioned earlier, the sort of subway stations that bring the raw materials into our various factories, into our various buildings. And so let's see where this one's heading. Looks like this one is heading either to the Shard or to the United Tower. Okay, so this is United Tower. This is that spiral tower, that teal one. And this is based off a building in Bahrain. And so let's head up inside. And this is actually the steel heavy modular frames motor factory. And again, we can kind of see what this looks like on the outside, this spiral building. So I won't go through the whole thing, but I do want to just kind of show you a little bit of what this is looking like. My transportation from floor to floor, I am waiting for 1.0 to come out, which is still 2 more weeks away. But when we do get the Hypertube updates, I will probably redo the sort of elevator system between floors here. But basically, my setup in this factory is blueprinted factory chunks. I love my lighting, as you can tell. and our belts carrying materials up through the center. And pretty much every floor looks the same. Also got a logistics floor between each floor. But yeah, here's the heavy modular frame floors. And again, a lot of this isn't working fully functional yet because I just don't have the rubber and plastic that I need, which is why I am currently in progress on the power building. And soon we will have what we need. So that is the United Tower. Let's see if we can hitch a ride. Low bridge up. I tend to do that in real life too. I'm sure he'll figure it out. This is the Shard, and this building, it was very difficult to build, but also very fun. And this one is a pretty simple factory producing our basics, you know, reinforced iron plate, concrete, wire, copper cable, copper sheets, rods, plates, all the basics. And then most of those get trucked around to other factories in this quadrant. And then again, we did talk about the gas station. All this is a source for fuel for our trucks that run between these factories. And then we'll take a quick peek inside the computer factory. Again, not fully operational because we don't have the supply of copper and of plastic and rubber that we really need. And once we get that, and I'm sure that this factory is working, we'll finish off the floors. We need a little bit more lighting. It's a little dark in here, but we do have the vast majority of this ready. This is the inputs from the trains for this factory. And I think what I'm going to do is build ourselves another Explorer. And I think we're going to get hit. Just in time. So let's head over to this building, actually. I guess it wasn't that far. We should be safe to park here. And let's head up. As I mentioned, we do have 650 fuel generators here that will be handling our rocket fuel. The production of the rocket fuel is happening sort of in the center over there. And then up here is our plastic and rubber production. Again, I don't really have this. Our next stream, we're going to start hooking these logistics up. So there's a lot of work still to do here, but we do have the blueprints placed and designed. And I'm very happy with how these things are, how this is working out in here. Let's take a look at the roof, which I'm super proud of. So one of the things that is a byproduct of the way that I am making rocket fuel is we do have a compacted coal byproduct. And so I figured we're in a cyberpunk city. I'm kind of made this quadrant of the city a little bit more, you know, this is very factory dystopian, the yellow lights, the exposed pipes. It doesn't have the neon outlines like this section of the city does. So I figured I'd take those compacted coal and burn them in coal plants. There's 175 coal plants or so here. So I'm really looking forward to all of those turning on and all of this various machinery that we have. I should be doing this in the next week or two from the recording of this tour. Good. We did park out of the way. So last thing I want to show you guys before we get into what the plans are moving forward is the central storage. So we'll head up to the actual floor that does the central storage. Down here is where all of the trucks go that drop off their final materials. And we do need to head over here. And I believe central storage is on the left. So let's head up. A lot of people ask if I'm going to replace this with elevators. No, this is set. I do have plenty of buildings left to build, which we'll talk about in a second. I can put the elevators from 1.1 in there. And I'm looking forward to doing that. But this building is pretty tall. It's going to handle not just central storage, but some of the other items that need constructing, one-offs like ammo, things like that. But here we do have our amazing mall. So we have our central storage here, and we've got our purple and our teal, and these are all of the items that I have finished and moving to this building. And again, hopefully very soon we'll be adding rubber and plastic to this. But I was able to get all of these in a cylindrical setup, and I'm very happy with this. So up here we have some of our dimensional depots. And then I do have, I'm not going to go into it in detail. It's kind of its own little thing, but I do have a little machine that I'm working on here that allows me to remotely request for extra dimensional depots, which I have here, be brought online. Not here. Where are they? They're down here. The extra dimensional depots here to be sort of brought online when we need an emergency influx of, say, concrete, because we're building a new factory and we're spending concrete faster than they can take in. So this is a little machine that I'm kind of noodling with and playing with, and it works pretty well, but we won't go into too many of the details on here. And yeah, let's do one last view of the city. This is the perfect place to view it. From the tallest building that we're making. So next thing I want to do while we have our eye in the sky here is talk about what's next. So I have planned these 5 factories together as a bundle. Okay, the Shard, the Hancock, the United Tower, this tower that is yet to be built, that is going to be our aluminum factory, and the power plant. All 5 of these kind of work together. Now the power plant is a little bit special because he's making a bunch of extra plastic and rubber in an attempt to kind of estimate what we'll need for the phase 4 and phase 5 space elevator parts. And I'll talk about those shortly. So again, these all 5 work together. The next building after the power plant that is going to happen is going to be for this factory, and it is going to produce 10.5 fused modular frames, 127 all-clad aluminum sheets per minute, almost 200 aluminum casing, cooling systems, radio control units, turbo motors, heat sinks, and supercoolers. And this is the flow chart for that. Not a huge factory, but it does have a lot of moving parts. Now the design for this is going to be based on this building here, which is called the Mercury City building. And I believe that this is located in Moscow. So this is going to be, I think, a relatively easier outer construction for me. And it is going to be purple's turn. If you notice, we've got a teal, we'll have a purple, and a purple. And so that is what is going to fill this last hole right here. Now, the big question is what goes on the 2 northern quadrants. How do I finish off this playthrough? Right, I've got this much space. By the way, that's not fully built out. We have plenty of room there. So let's talk first about the phase 4 space elevator parts. Actually, let's take a second and let's talk about the phase 5 space elevator parts. A key thing to know about the phase 5 space elevator parts is that they take inputs from the phase 4 space elevator parts. All right, so what extra we build, whatever we build for the phase 4 is going to be shipped and trucked over to the phase 5 building in order for at least the space elevator portion. Okay, and so in order to really progress our save, again, after the power plant and after the aluminum plant, is we have to finish these 4 items up here in the upper right corner. Okay, those are the phase 4 space elevator parts. And so my plan is to use this northwest quadrant to do that. Now, I don't have all the details worked out yet, and I have not planned the factories at all, but I do have kind of a general idea of how I'm going to do this. And that is going to be a combination of kind of 2 images. And those images are going to be this one. So this is a conceptual building design. I do not think that this exists yet, but I do think that it will exist one day. And I really like this. So you can see these 4 pillars and the interconnectedness of those pillars with each other. And I want to do this in Satisfactory, where each pillar is its own phase 4 part. There's 4 phase 4 parts, 4 towers. Now these are a little bit over connected, at least especially at the top and the bottom. I'm actually thinking of more 4 distinct towers with connecting bridges between them. And so something a little bit more like this, obviously more rounded. I will do a cylindrical building for each of them. And in fact, and I actually forgot to show you guys this, this is sort of my Bible for design work. Okay, and I'm trying to go with just, I found this and I love this look, and I'm really trying to, when I make a decision on how things look, kind of refer back to this and ask myself, you know, does this fit within kind of this theme that I've been working on? And so what I want to do is actually build essentially these buildings, right? Cylindrical with maybe half of the top cylinder continuing up and doing a little arrowhead there. And we can run the colors down the back, 2 lines down the back. And I can build a cylindrical tower pretty easily. And then I want to have the 4 of them interconnected, kind of like this, obviously more cylindrical, and kind of back and forth. And that way the 4 towers can share parts between each other through a belt network rather than just going down and doing trucks. And again, that is the next huge project. And that is going to happen here, right? We have a road to it already. We do have to build out this freeway, but it's going to essentially be the 4 towers in that area. And then again, that's going to be after the aluminum plant and we finish the power plant. So once that's done and we progress to phase 5, in phase 5, what I want to do is build, kind of go back to my roots of mega factories. And I want to build 1 mega factory that handles all of phase 5, not just the space elevator parts, but the Fixonium and the diamonds and all the Mark 6 belt stuff and the converters and basically everything that was added to the game in 1.0 that I don't have a lot of experience with. We're going to build it in 1 giant factory. And what better building and theme to use for the sort of final factory in the game for a cyberpunk city than the Arasaka Tower from Cyberpunk 2077. So this is going to be the final building. And just to give you a feel for how big this thing that I want to make this thing, I actually have a map that I built in Google Sheets of the city. I have a lot of notes here. This is the shard, the basics factory. Here's the gas station. Here's the computer factory. Here's our freeways. We're actually standing at the top of the central storage here. Again, we traveled through the tunnel here and out the other side earlier. Fixwas factory. But we're talking about, again, the 4 towers that I kind of have laid out here. And then this massive beast of a factory, right, that covers all of phase 5. I want to have enough room for roads around it, and that's about it. And I want to make it the Arasaka Tower. Now, I may put this on the 45 degree, but this is kind of what I'm looking at. And by the way, I see your guys' questions and comments, and I'm definitely going to answer them in just a minute. But this is kind of like my big 600-hour tour that I'm kind of walking through. But yeah, this is the final tower, and it is going to look like this. That's the plan anyway, and I definitely have not planned this factory out. My goal with this playthrough is to finish up everything by August 4th. And the reason is because I have some plans to play a different game on August 4th. So that gives just over 2 months from the recording of this video to finish off these big projects. So yeah, that's it. If you I definitely am recording this live. This is in a VOD. You may be watching this live. You may be watching this as a VOD, as part of VOD 82, I think. Or you may be watching this in the clip of the VOD of the tour. And if you got any questions, if you're not live, feel free to ask them in the comments, and I'm happy to share them, or try to catch me in a live stream. So I live stream on YouTube and Twitch, and I start at 9 p.m. PST on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. I usually go minimum 6 hours even on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Friday, Saturday, I'll go at 8 to 10 typically. So there you go. That is the beast. We've walked through everything, a massive tour front to back. The only thing we didn't really go over was my starter factories, but they're kind of lame and boring. So this is the good shit right here. So yeah, there it is. And I think we do have some questions that I'm happy to answer. So let's see, let's walk through them. Still think you should have an above ground subway through the city, even if it's not actually functional. It would be a great way to show it off. That's true. I did think of try to think of some ways of getting some trains above the roads, and maybe in the northern quadrants we might be able to find a place for that. You have much space still in the above lobby of the Hancock, so you still erect an elevator in there, even if it might not reach all the way to the tip. Yeah, there's not a lot of space in the top of the Hancock there. It just because there's so much of the floor space underneath it is used up. I do not think an elevator is the best use there in the Hancock building. How do I create the lights? So again, the lights are signs. I think Ray did mention that. They are usually capped out at 3, and I do have the hex codes here. So this is the one for the purple, 7C00FFFF. And then teal, we can look at here. It is 00B4C2FF. And I'm pretty much just use those two along with an orange accent color. And then what do the dimensional depots do? So the dimensional depots provide you a way of accessing parts from anywhere on the map. So I have 2,500 concrete. Think of it like the cloud, but for parts. So I have 2,500 concrete, really 5 stacks. It just so happens that concrete stacks in 500 pieces. Whereas, you know, compared to computers that only stack in 50, it's just 5 stacks, and I can pull those 5 stacks and immediately download them from that cloud into my inventory and be able to use them immediately. I can also build directly out of the dimension. Oh, also, just because I know some people are going to have some questions on it, I do run 2 mods. Neither of those mods affect my ability to build things in the game. I have a mod that increases my inventory, and I have a mod that allows me to control what the sky looks like, so we can get this really cool purple that stayed the same throughout the entire tour. So, yep, that is it for the tour. Again, any questions, let me know. Happy to answer them. So yeah, all right, so recording is over. Appreciate you guys. And Ray stepping in, answering questions. Any other questions that I missed? Any other questions that I missed? I don't think so. Does 1.1 have any change notes that can cause trouble? I'm not 100% sure. There's really 2 reasons that I didn't switch to 1.1 immediately. 300 stack, yes. Sorry, let me answer that one really quick because it's an easy one. If we go to mods, it's additional 300 inventory slots from Mino Dab 492. Okay, so that's the mod that I'm using for the inventory slots. But yeah, so there was really 2 reasons. One, it's experimental, and I have a lot invested in this save. And to be honest with you, I don't have a lot of time for errors or restarts or mess ups or having to load from an archive save that's a couple weeks old or something. So I just didn't want to mess with it. And even though there's a lot of really cool things in 1.1 coming, I didn't feel like there was anything that I had to have in order to continue my work here. So I'm basically happy to wait until they arrive. And then on top of that, that was why I didn't initially switch over, and then why I haven't switched over now, even though it's very stable at this point, is because it would invalidate my mods. And again, this recording this video as a 600-hour tour for my playthrough, you know, I just used that mod. I paused this really nice looking purple sky so that we had that really cool look the entire, 30-40 minutes that I walked through the save. I wouldn't be able to do that if I didn't it would have been daytime, right, by then, and the city wouldn't look near as cool. So that's kind of why I have hesitated to go to 1.1, because I would lose that tool in my arsenal. This shit's crazy. Shrouded Ghost. Well, I'm glad you like it. Saphiricon, fantastic as always, kid. Thank you. Edgewell, the age-old question: what are the snowmen worshiping? Oh yeah, I didn't really show you off the snowmen. Okay, let's head down there. And then we're gonna get our thumbnail for the night. I'm a good 30 minutes over my budgeted time for tonight's stream, so we got a ton done. Yeah, what are the snowman worshiping? Are they worshiping at all? Are they playing an inappropriate game? Is the victim of the game the candy canes in the middle? I can't answer these questions. These are questions that you'll have to ask yourself and answer yourself. Oh, I appreciate your guys' patience. I try not to do those like direct videos, recordings too often. So sometimes those things just happen as they happen. But in this case, I wanted to make sure I got it done tonight, because, we had just finished this tunnel, and, I think it was an appropriate time to do so. So let's Well, WTF is that? Oh, the snowman? It's a baby snowman factory? Certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Ooh, how do we not put the rocket line in there? Can we put, if we put a truck here? I think we got to put a truck ass end though. It'll be hard to fit a look at picture inside. It's not too bad. What can we do for lighting? Not bad. Remember, I'm on a 3440 by 1440 right now, but I need a 16 by 9 cut. We'll see how this turns out. All right. All right, last call for questions. Yeah, I'm not repeating that, Flemballer. I will never look at a snow cone the same again. Lost in translation. You're really having a little bit of a hang up on the snowman there. I'm gonna go ahead and save again. Save over cyberpunk theme VOD 82. All right, that's 82 in the tank. We have 48 current viewers on Twitch and 166 on YouTube. If you guys wouldn't mind taking a quick second to like the YouTube video, the live stream, it's only got 24 likes. I would appreciate it. This is your last call for questions. And we're gonna finish this off. I'm gonna stream tomorrow night. We are going to. I'm not sure what we're gonna do. We're probably gonna do start on logistics work, and perhaps a little bit more cosmetic work in the rest of the factory. Wild Goose subscribed with Prime on Twitch. Thank you for your Bezos bucks. I appreciate them. And I'm sure Bezos does as well. Great stream, thanks. Well, thank you for following. We have a lot more work to do. In a perfect world, I would be finishing this factory by Saturday night. We'll see. We'll see. Sammy Viking will be adding a mod during the current game, mess anything up. Want to add permaday to my gameplay? Sammy Viking, it should not. I will say though that when update 1.1 hits in 2 weeks, the mod will temporarily break until whoever makes the mod updates it for 1.1. So that may cause a little bit of a problem, but it shouldn't have any problem up until then. Okay, again, thank you for the likes. Wow, a bunch of likes when I asked for it. I appreciate it. And then Twitch, I always raid. So I'm going to find somebody to raid right now. And we're going to refresh. Oh, I see somebody. I see somebody. Is he still there? No. So I refreshed and it went away. So the rating system is a little funky town. Sometimes it says somebody is there, but they're actually not there. And so I refreshed and they went away. It had Fluxo there. And it made me sad. So let's do English. I may have the vast majority of the English viewing Satisfactory Twitch viewers. Yeah, I have most of them. I have a big chunk of them. So how about we've rated Spongelet a lot. Can we maybe spread the love around a little bit? Maybe try somebody new. Let me check this one really quick. Fluxo is there? No way. Fluxo's live right now? Oh, he is there. I don't know why it was doing that. I asked for everybody who, okay, thank you, Anthony. I appreciate it. I would have missed him. All right, we're gonna hit Fluxo because I like rating Fluxo. All right, guys, really appreciate it. Let's see. By the way, when do you need the blueprints for the Moscow Tower so that I don't need to do it again on the last day available? I would say the next week or two. The next week or two. Lots of progress. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. What do you put in that leftover space to the Moscow Tower and the diagonal offshoot road in front of the overpass? Any ideas already? Yeah, probably the hub. I'm thinking the hub may go there. Eye in the sky. Hey, gamer programmer, we're just shutting things down. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't see him. That was so weird. Twitch is funky sometimes. All right, good night. Yeah, thanks for the stream. You guys are welcome. All right, that's it. See you guys tomorrow. And we're going to start our raid on the big Fluxo. And I will see you guys shortly. Well, I mean like 15 hours or so. Or like, 18 hours. Whatever. Who's counting? I'm counting. All right, guys. Have a good one.